to be able to pitch on a 5-day rotation and handle himself as a professional before we see him in the big leagues. But the stuff is there. And I asked him about injury risk, and he kind of talked about it a little bit and then said, look, Mize had red flags in his delivery with the positioning of his arm, so higher injury risk. I said, would you avoid him? And he said, personally, I'd take him. The mechanics aren't too far off, and the arm talent's undeniable, and he has the track record of consistency. No super glaring issues. So he passes that test, and that guy's been pretty reliable as far as predictability of injury when it comes to pitchers. Now, that doesn't mean that everybody that's a high injury risk in their mechanics gets hurt, and it doesn't mean everybody who isn't doesn't get hurt. It's just a probability game. And I guess he has a decent probability of staying healthy. But, okay, so you were the one that brought up the idea that the Pirates may pass on.
The Pirates pick first, and they might pass on Dylan Cruz to sign perhaps a high school kid because the signing bonus that you would pay to him would be probably lower because he's a high school kid. There's more risk involved drafting an 18-year-old as opposed to a 21-year-old. That was the thought process, and then Pittsburgh could use that extra money they have to then continue to get higher-end players later in the draft because they'll have money to spend later on.
So could he drop to Detroit at 3 if Washington was locked in on a pitcher? At this point, would you be happy with either of the LSU guys,
Yeah.
Dylan Cruz or Paul Skeens?
Yes.
And who do you prefer?
I think I prefer the pitcher, which is kind of crazy, but it's, I was so impressed by what this guy was doing and throwing as hard as he was and having the command of the strike zone that he has. It's not like he walks a bunch of guys. He's got, hang on a second. He has 19 walks in 114 innings. 200 strikeouts to 19 walks. It's a 10-to-1 ratio.
Yeah.
I mean, that's absolutely incredible. And I just can't believe he's got that kind of stamina to continue. How do you not take this guy? And I know everybody wants a position player for the Tigers. And look, if Dylan Cruz is there at 3 and Paul Skeens is there at 3, I guess at that point I don't really care who they take, but I'm so impressed by this guy that I guess I lean to the pitcher. And knowing that there are no guarantees what they have in their staff right now. There's no guarantees Casey Mize comes back and he's going to return to the form that you saw in college that made him such a widely regarded prospect. Or that Matt Manning's going to figure it all out and he's going to be an ace of a staff. Or that Jackson Jobe is going to emerge from his back injury and he's going to be a stud.
God, Avila's roster of injured pitchers is remarkable.
It's well documented.
Yes. It's just,
so that's why the only thing I'm hesitant about taking a pitcher is because of injuries. And that's why I asked you the other day, what does your guy say?
And my guy said he wouldn't avoid him.
So if you don't avoid him, embrace him because his numbers compared to Verlander's numbers are so much better than Verlander's numbers when he was at Old Dominion. I don't know.
Gator, this Florida community is the world capital of this. And I wonder if you would.
Florida community.
The world capital of this. I wonder if you'll ever go.
The crazy.
We will get to that at 148 here on 97.1. Does this mean you're going to be watching more College World Series baseball?
Yep. Yeah, I'm down the rabbit hole now, man.
you?
I'm just looking up team stats and looking at Florida's players because Wyatt Langford is the outfielder for Florida that is the other outfielder in the college baseball everybody talks about, aside from Dylan Cruz, and he's a heck of a prospect who's got an OPS at 1257. He's got 19 home runs this year, hitting 365. He's got a teammate, a shortstop, Josh Rivera, who's hitting 354, 18 home runs, only struck out 28 times in the 66 games. He's got 45 walks to boot. And, you know, you think about Scott Harris and what he looks for from hitters, guys that know the strike zone. Don't swing at balls, only swing at strikes. Can you draw a walk? And, you know, these are two shining examples of guys that can draw walks.
It's going to be interesting because we got 3 drafts coming up here shortly. Obviously,
it's amazing.
2 days from now.
Yeah, we have the Pistons draft this week, Red Wings draft next week, and then 2 weeks after that, you got the Major League Baseball draft.
Yep. All right. So I mentioned before the break, this U.S. beach is known as the capital of the world as it pertains to something. I'm going to read this story. Summer's here, and plenty of folks are looking for a getaway to get down to the beach for a nice getaway. So it might be worth to note for some that one beach in the country has been named, again, one of the country's most dangerous. Florida's New Smyrna Beach.
Mm-hmm.
Any guesses on what makes it so dangerous?
The undertow?
Excellent guess. Florida led the nation in shark attacks last year with 16. Half of those came where Daytona Beach and New Smyrna Beach are located. Per the report, 94 shark bites were reported in the county between 2012 and 2021. Per one report, the inlet at New Smyrna Beach forms a strong tidal flow in the ocean, which creates an ideal feeding ground for sharks and a consistent surf break for surfers. And that, the combination of plenty of sharks and plenty of surfers, is why New Smyrna Beach has earned the nickname the shark bite capital of the world.
Well, that's what you want to be known for.
And then the story goes on and says, that said, New Smyrna Beach is beautiful.
Aside from all the sharkiness.
In spite of the shark-infested waters, beach looks great, people.
Here's what I would like you to do right now.
Yep.
I need you to search Bear Destin, Florida Beach.
Bear Destin, Florida Beach.
And there should be a story that pops up from wesh.com.
Yeah.
Okay, so go there and click on the video.
Yep. I get to see a SafeLight commercial first.
Well, no, I was able to click on it. Anyway,
the video I clicked on was
Okay.
giving me a SafeLight commercial.
So once you see it, I want you to describe what you're seeing.
Okay.
And how you would react at first.
I'm seeing what appears to be a dog walking out of the water with people walking with it.
Uh-huh.
Although it's obviously a bear because of what you made me Google. That's a bear?
That's a bear.
In the ocean.
In the ocean, swimming in the beach in Destin, Florida.
Dude, who wins a fight between a bear and a shark?
It's a great question. I think shark has the advantage. It's a shark's
A shark's
that's
home
his,
turf.
yeah, it's his environment. But the first shot when you see the bear just
Looks completely
kind of
like
jumping,
a dog.
it looks like, I swear, it's a big black lab,
and that
right?
is one packed beach.
Yes. And no, it doesn't seem like anybody's concerned.
No,
What's that? Is that a bear? I keep saying shark. It's a bear.
it is a bear. There are people walking with this thing.
Yeah.
And when it walks up onto the beach, there's people everywhere.
Right. Hey, Scooby.
That's scary.
I mean, it's unbelievable.
All right, so what are you more shark on the beach or bear at the beach? Which is more terrifying?
Black bear?
I don't know what kind of bear.
Well, this was a black bear.
Was it?
Yeah. I'm more terrified of the shark.
Yeah.
Shark's going to keep me out of the water. The bear is not going to keep me out of the water. I mean, I'll be like, whoa, is that seriously a bear? Wow. And I'm going to go back in the water.
By the way, somewhere there's like some mayor in New Smyrna right now going, oh, God.
Right. It's like the mayor in Amity in the movie Jaws.
That's right.
It was released on this date back in 1975, by the way.
Was it really?
Yes, it was.
And that mayor was like, you can't talk about this. You're killing our tourism.
Shh. So, hey, by the way,
guess what? The sharks are killing your tourists.
Forgot to say this. Happy birthday to my mother today.
Oh.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Britta's birthday. Happy birthday, Britta.
That's kind of awesome.
Yeah.
Very cool.
And it reminded me when I saw the news story talking about this day in 1975, Jaws was released.
Is that how you remember?
Yeah, that's how I remember. Think of her as a mean old shark.
You want to? You know what happened on my birthday?
I don't.
My birth date, I think, was 2 years after, to the day, that James Dean died.
Oh, look at that.
Might not be to the day. What year did James Dean die?
Well, I thought it was in the 50s.
Yeah, so it wasn't to the day.
And it wouldn't be 2 years either.
He died on my birthday.
Maybe 20 years before your birthday.
Yeah, whatever it was. But he died on my birthday, September 30th. It was significantly before my birthday. I don't know why I thought it was 2 years, but it was on my birthday, September 30th. James Dean died. Do you think there's any link? I
don't. No? I don't think you're cool. I mean, you're a friend of mine. I like you just fine, but I don't. When I think of like who's cool, I don't think Doug's cool. I think Doug's a great guy.
I killed all that with the Bill Walton love.
Yeah, that was gone. You may have even dropped in the rankings. Yeah, I don't.
No longer cool.
You don't drive fast.
No, I don't.
So yeah, I think you're not James Dean.
I am not in any way tied to James Dean. I have no.
The hair is a little different.
Wasn't he really short too?
I think he was short.
Yeah, really short.
Well, he's Hollywood, so yeah.
Everybody is.
Hair definitely different.
Slightly, yeah. I just wear mine differently. If I let it grow out.
Right.
Yeah, but so anyway, yeah, New Smyrna Beach. Avoid New Smyrna Beach at all costs, my friend. The shark bite capital of the world.
Yeah, that would with that information, honestly, not going. Not going. I mean, if I had heard, there was a shark attack there 4 years ago, I don't care, right?
Yep.
But this seems to be an annual event where
quite a few.
The fishies come feeding. Not happening. No, and I love me. I love to swim. I love to be in the water.
Yep.
The ocean doesn't really bother me all that much. I haven't spent a whole lot of time in the ocean, but that would that little fun fact is going to keep me away.
When I went to Australia, I spent a lot of time on the beach and a lot of time trying to surf. Got just perfectly fine body surfing, boogie boards. Got up on a surfboard a couple of times. But there was also some consumption going on, which didn't help. But at the end of the day, yeah, I wouldn't go surfing. It's so funny, though, because they say the surf conditions are perfect, and so are the conditions for sharks. So.
The Bondi Beach, is that the big beach in Australia?
Bondi Beach is one of them. Bell's Beach is another one, yeah. So, Rico's here.
Speaking of surfing.
Yeah. Did you know New Smyrna Beach, Florida was the shark bite capital of the world?
I did not. But
so
not really shocked, but yeah.
Do you spend a lot of time in Florida?
No.
Oh yeah,
Not really conducive.
What's that?
Not really conducive lately.
To
out in Florida.
Hasn't been on your schedule. I think my Uncle Rich and Aunt Marcia, my wife's Uncle Rich and Aunt Marcia, just spent a few weeks in New Smyrna Beach. I wish I knew this information before they were down there.
Don't go.
So what is the shark bite like every day?
It's not every day, but it's
my question is, at what point how many bites have to happen before you just finally say, maybe I shouldn't go in the water?
Oh. Yeah, that's
like, isn't this every Jaws movie? And then they just but that was yesterday. The sharks are fed. You'll be
fine. That's fiction. That's movies.
No. I mean in real life,
right?
In real life, like
you hear that they had 16 shark.
You know what,
deaths?
Gator? It's not a shark party till you at least get to 20. Okay,
20 is the number. Huh?
20 is the number.
Where are you at? 18.
Oh, in my day, 18. Oh my
18.
goodness, they're like mosquito bites.
What do you guys got planned coming up next?
Well, step one, Tigers did what they were supposed to do.
Yep.
And the Twins lost.
Yep.
Is it happening?
You know what? Could make for a more entertaining summer. I mean, honestly.
My only thing was, can you be interesting?
Yes.
In June.
Well, they are.
They are. Yep. So that's why I'm not bashing anybody. If you want to go all in, I'm not bashing this man.
No,
because you know
he's
what?
All in.
I don't know if I'm all in for watching.
Yep.
I'm not
You
expecting
know what?
greatness.
When you're in the ocean, let's bring this full circle.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're getting chased by a shark.
Yep.
You don't have to be the fastest swimmer.
You just-
Faster than the slowest.
That's right. And that's
there
what
it
that's what
is.
they're trying to do.
I like that
Right
analogy.
about that.
And that's where the Tigers are right now.
Or strong enough to grab the guy in front of you and throw him behind you.
Right. You don't have to be, able to beat the Rays and all of that. No. Can you just beat the slowest swimmer?
Would I be able to, like, logic with a shark? You should see my diet. You don't want to eat me. I'll taste terrible. All I eat is kale and non-red meat.
Yeah, I'm sure you
Yeah,
can communicate that to the shark.
That probably
the shark
wouldn't
wouldn't be
work because isn't that like every cow in the world?
Yeah, maybe.
And they're
And
delicious.
I don't eat cow.
You had
And they're
better luck with
delicious.
you had better luck with the black bear because they're more gentle. They'll catch the football and throw it back to you.
I know that's your belief.
Yeah.
Just tell them you had black roommates in college.
There you go. That works. Doug Karsh, you have street cred. I'm
What's
sorry.
up, homie?
Stay
Yogi!
safe. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Tigers looking for a series win against the Royals tonight at Comerica Park. Detroit sends Michael Lorenz into the mound, and he's looking to bounce back. He's given up a combined 12 earned runs over his last 2 starts. Daniel Lynch, though, who has an ERA approaching 6, he gets the ball for the Royals. The Tigers, they've won 4 of their last 5 and enter tonight just 4 games behind first place Minnesota. First pitch at 6:40, the pregame show at 6:15, right here on 97.1. The NHL draft is just over a week away, and Red Wings GM Steve Eiserman spoke to the media today about the direction of the team headed into this offseason. He says the core is not close to being Stanley Cup caliber. Eiserman says the Wings do anticipate holding on to both the number 9 and number 17 overall picks. The draft a week from tomorrow in Nashville. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You know, I got to tell you something. There's justice and just us. Now, if we did what they did, Powers would be on a Segway in here, middle of a thing, trying to blow David up, and then I'd have to get an earful of it. Oh, but the Happy Who Hour does it. Oh, no problem. Can you imagine if I said something of the sort about Grady Dick? Can you imagine if I said what Gator said?
Yep. Jimmy would have been in here.
Man, that's outstanding audio. I did not hear it. It's tremendous. And I actually like what Doug and Scott did. I'm just saying there's justice and just us.
Yeah, in all fairness, they really don't push the envelope like that. So it's probably just kind of a shock.
Got it. All right. We have a lot of ground to cover. Here's what I'm going to ignore it. I could keep going.
No,
I'm going to ignore it.
I'm just, I'm imagining what the conversation would be like with him walking through the door. Guys.
Leave it alone. Just can you leave it alone? Leave it alone. All right. You ready, Duck, Duck, Go? Let's party. So here's how we're laying the show out. We're in a pennant chase. 3 o'clock, we got to have a conversation about Steve Eiserman. I wonder if we've gotten a little too comfortable. And Kenny Cott is our resident Red Wing super fan. Nobody knows more. Nobody loves the sport more. Nobody's locked on more. Forget about the podcast. He's locked on. And he's also an Eiserman defender. So I just want to have a conversation. And look, ultimately, it's the corresponding moves, not the words. But boy, he spoke today, and yikes, if any of it's true. 4 o'clock, we're going to play a game. And it's a good one. I think the NBA draft is a folly. And even worse, the Pistons are at a point at 5. Nobody cares. So we're going to play a game to show you what a folly the draft is. And I'm going to say a name. You got to tell me if it's a real player or a fake player. And then if you want to earn a full point, you got to tell me something about him. I don't even care if you just blurt out white guy. You could blurt out guard, like something. You tell me where they went to school, something. Half point if you identify it's a real human. Full point if you can give me something tangible. And I'm going to give you why we're playing that game in the 4 o'clock. We'll get football today in the mix. Lots of good stuff today. So let's get to the Tigers. Yesterday we talked about it. Bad pizza is better than no pizza. What is your relationship with this team? And they found themselves 5 games out. We talked about the Royals are an offense to dirty diapers, how Minnesota was going to be playing the Red Sox, and how you could find yourself a couple games out by Thursday. Well, part 1 is in the books. Red Sox beat up on the Twins. Tigers make a nice comeback, and they win. You're 4 out. And Kenny Cott has sat there and gone, look, I'm a Tiger fan, but I'm not going to believe until they're 3 games out for a 3-game series. Okay. Part 1 is done, Kenny. And tonight, Daniel Lynch on the mound. I mean, the Royals in the last 2 days have thrown 2 pitchers who are a combined 0-14 on the season. Tiger baseball. Look, everyone in this division is officially under 500. With that loss last night, the Twins dropped to 36-37. I don't know if I've ever seen that. Now, I'm sure somewhere, anecdotally, it has happened that in late June an entire division was under 500. I just can't point it out to you. But this is where we are. So, Kenny, here's my question to you. I know yesterday you were really trying to avoid being hurt. Rico and I have sat here and said, look, I'm not going to make fun of anybody if they want to get excited. This division it's trash. After you lost 9 in a row and you find yourself 5 out, what am I going to say? Did last night, I spoke this into existence. I'm like, Twins are going to lose. You can't lose to 0-11 Jordan Lyles. We're going to be 4 out tomorrow. Are you a step closer to being ready, to being in this?
I kind of hate that we did this topic yesterday.
Why?
Because it kind of made me just keep one eyeball on the Tiger game. It wasn't on the main screen, but it was on the second screen, just so I could poke around.
What
see
was
what
on
was
the
there.
main screen?
It was Blue Jays getting blown out. Then I put wrestling on because I'm a nerd, and that's fine. But so they were on the second screen, and when Kerry Carpenter hit that home run, I felt a little something.
Little left-handed pop.
I felt a little something.
All right, got a little turgid.
Yeah, I didn't want to go full Gator, but I was like, all right, here we go.
Oh, you're a step closer.
I am a step closer.
David.
I never thought I'd say it, but I am a step closer.
And tonight, let's call it what it is. Lorenzen's had a rough patch. Doesn't matter. He's still better than Daniel Lynch. David, step closer. Come on. Part 1 is done.
I have to be a man of my word. And yesterday we said it was there within that striking distance of 4 games. I have to believe. So I'm all in now.
Step closer.
I
No,
am a
not
step
all
closer.
in. Not all in.
Oh, I feel dirty.
All in is a sweep of the Royals.
Yes.
And the Twins getting swept.
it's a step closer for
Because
sure.
then it sets up an actual home series on a weekend, divisional, and you would technically, by the word of Kenny Cott, you'd have a chance to be in first place if you did your job. Think about it. Now, I know they won't be at 500 anytime soon, but you may not need to be. People, I just want to button this up. Talk to me.
Amazing what happens in the 7th inning.
4 out.
Because all of a sudden,
Pennant chase.
everything changed. I'm like, Jordan Lyles is about to beat the Tigers. It's 4-1. Like, are you kidding me? And then it was hit, home run.
Jesus was a Carpenter. It's factual.
You know what, Mike?
Jesus Carpenter.
I'm going to give you a point for that.
Thank you. I know some things.
I'm impressed.
What if that was their new celebration? Get rid of the hockey helmet and we put on like a loincloth and a crown.
Kind of like Roberto, you just take things too far.
All right, let's move it on. The point I'm making, people, you're 4 out. You're playing the worst team in baseball in the Royals, and the Twins can't get out of their own way. Red Sox, listen, Twins' issue is their offense can go absolute silent. Their pitching is quietly falling apart. Come on, man.
I mean, I think it's there. I mean, you
got to watch tonight, right?
You do.
Come on.
Not only have to watch, and I know you play one game at a time, you have to sweep the Royals.
No.
You have to.
Just 2 out of 3.
No.
2 out of 3.
You got to take all 3. This is a bad team.
That's not fair.
How many times are you going to get to play a team this god-awful?
Roughly 15.
Then take advantage of it this time. Help yourself. Making that weekend series even better.
I understand. Optimally, they will sweep this team. But Rico, look, they're scoring runs. And I understand you're playing terrible teams. I don't care. I'm not going to fully believe in them, but it isn't about me. I'm saying from a watchability standpoint, from a talkability standpoint, whether you are effectively good or not means nothing. If you are 4 games out of first, or after tonight, 3 games, or by the time we take think about this, by the time we take the air tomorrow, we could be 2.5 games out where the Twins have to win, or we're 2 out and they're coming to town. It's all there. And we got our very own Christ the Carpenter Come on. Exactly. I want to know from the people. And hey, we're only doing this for a couple of segments. We have a lot of other stuff to get to today, including why do Doug and Scott keep the thermostat at 82 degrees in a radio studio? More on that at 4. But just, guys, even if you're out, even if you're like, I didn't watch last night, I have a feeling you're going to turn this team on at some point here this week. And tonight, we just need Lorenzen not to be complete duty. Be fine.
Yeah, because I really felt like we jinxed them last night. I was like, wow, they're about to lose to the Royals.
Oh, you don't have any faith.
I didn't think anybody had the faith until the 7th inning when all of a sudden it happened.
So you don't believe in Carpenter, huh?
That's
the
right.
Carpenter.
Right. That's what they should call him.
Don't do this.
What if we gave him a little goblet, like in
don't.
Indiana Jones, the cup of Christ, and that's what he gets to hold up after the home runs?
Congratulations, David. You threw a log on the fire.
Bang. Carpenter, step back. Bang.
I'm sorry, Rico. I'm sorry.
What are the Twins? I just want to look real quick as we start the show. Look, I like talking baseball. Ooh, Twins are slight favorites tonight. Who's on the mound? I just want to see. Bailey Ober against the Crawford kid.
Yeah, Cutter Cross.
Yeah, you know what? F them. Go Sox. Let's go. Let's take it one game at a time, but I was very excited we spoke it into existence. Because Kenny was like, you got to show me. I'll believe this when I see it. I go, Kenny, there ain't no way they're losing. And I don't think the Twins are winning tonight. 4 out is the middle ground. We are 1 game away from Kenny Cott losing the hat, doing his hair, and going to a game. We're very close.
And Kenny at a Tigers game is, he's
and I'm being very honest with you. This team, 2 games out, 3 games out on Friday, that's something we get to talk about. So that excites me on that level. Now, I understand division's terrible.
No, but it's what I said back in May. Beat these bad teams, come out of May with a winning record, and now June becomes an interesting month. Now, I thought they was going to all fall apart with that 9-game losing streak. But now they're back.
I don't know what you're talking about. This team's on fire. Okay. Winners of 4 out of 5. Say it. You're in a pennant chase. Say it. You're a Detroiter. You're in a pennant chase.
I don't think you can say pennant chase.
Yeah, you will do whatever we want to do. 248.
Actually, I just don't think that you can say that.
Factually, you're correct. 248-539-9797. Talk a little baseball to open. But
it's like winning the first game and then talking about how many games we need to clinch. You're 1-0.
You just it's the small victories. A guy in a Grumpy Johnson or whatever that, or Oscar the Grouch t-shirt over here is the one who taught me. Can't believe I called him Grumpy.
Grumpy Johnson.
I was wondering where he was going with that.
You know what it is? I was watching American Gangster the other night. Bumpy Johnson. Oh, man. We're off and running.
You got Grady Dick and Grumpy Johnson.
Right. And then the guy you don't ever want to show up is Bumpy Johnson. Here's Rico to sell some hair dryers or whatever the hell he's doing.
Maybe you've been tempted to use your phone's hotspot as a home Wi-Fi instead of just using some real home internet from Xfinity. After all, what could go wrong, right? Like you're streaming a movie on date night and the picture freezes. Or you got friends over to watch the game and all of a sudden it freezes. Or and everybody's angry at you, or basically you got that big virtual interview and now you got to make an excuse for why your camera is off. Look, it's time for real home internet. Fast, reliable internet on the Xfinity 10G network, so everybody else can be online at the same time, even at peak hours. Now through June 21st, new customers can get a 75 megabit Xfinity internet and 1 line of unlimited intro for just $50 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Go to xfinity.com/10G or call 1-800-XFINITY today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees are extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet service. Reduced mobile speeds after 20 gigabytes of data usage. Data thresholds may vary.
All right, you spend a third of your life asleep, stuck in traffic. That adds to it. You're pretty much not doing anything half your life. So why don't you get some rest when you're doing the nothingness? It's Serta, the Eye Comfort Eco. Supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored. You can check out Serta's Perfect Sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while you maintain a balanced sleep temp. Serta mattresses made right here in Michigan and have been for over 110 years. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. All right, David, a couple of the ticket texts. I just wanted to get the Tigers stuff rolling early, and then we have a lot of other stuff to cover. I've got Eiserman's sound. He spoke today, and I want to get your read on it. And you don't even have to be a dyed-in-the-wool hockey fan. You just have to want a winner in this town and be a sports fan. If what Eiserman is saying is true, and before I get yelled at by Kenny, I'm not telling you it is. But I'm saying when you say something publicly, that's what we have to go on. If any of what he said is true, I'm done. Like, we've gotten way too comfortable giving this guy the endless leash. And for me, he has to defy everything he just put on the public record today. I'll play it at 3 because I want a bold offseason. I don't want to hear about how the core is nowhere near ready. It's your job to make it ready. And I want to make the playoffs and win a playoff series next year. I'm tired of this.
Yeah, we'll get to it at 3. But, yeah, that press conference was so anticlimactic because the expectations just kind of fizzled.
You do me a favor. Can we do something about the temperature in here? I mean anything. Doug is a psychopath, and he should be under examination mentally. How does a man do a radio show? The thermostat is 80 degrees. Go put your bike helmet on and go wheeling down the road if you want 80 degrees. This is an office environment with radio equipment.
It's 80 degrees outside, and he wants it 80 degrees inside.
I think he's trying to kill Gator. I think that's what it is. I think it's an assassination attempt.
Nope, I think it's a little time bomb he leaves for us. Like, yep, let's just leave that heat up in the room for these guys.
Whatever. It's just ridiculous. What type of psycho does this? David, the ticket text, please.
We just went 2-16 before KC. What are we talking about?
You know what? Yes, this is what I want right here. Perfect. Thank you, Evan. This is lovely. No, hold on. Evan, wait a minute. Evan, hold on a second. Then I'm going to answer this ticket text. Evan, hold on. Your polo shirt looks too good not to get on the microphone.
Oh, thank you.
Listen to me. You know what I know. Doug is out of his mind. No one else in his building keeps it at 79 degrees on a thermostat, but that nutbag.
You actually found the one person that does. Kenny can confirm this. Dead nuts of summer. You can go check my desk right now. I have a space heater running.
Are you kidding me?
All times of the year.
Yeah, no matter what time. We used to share a cube, and it'd be summertime. It'd be like 85 degrees, space heater on.
Yeah. Fascinating.
I run cold.
All right, that's fine. Well, apparently Doug does too, because no one else does this.
Wow. The battle with him and Gator.
I was about to say, Luke has the flannel on all year long.
Not anymore.
Finally.
Luke came in like he's playing the U.S. Open.
Yeah,
It was mid-June, and he finally
gave up more polo shirt in. All right. 4 o'clock, you going to join us for the Mystery Madness?
Yeah.
All right. We got a fun NBA draft.
I'm in.
Evan will join us.
We're trying to get a bigger fan, by the way.
I actually don't hate that shirt. That's
Thanks.
not bad.
Tiger Woods collection.
I kind of dig it.
Man just steals my money and doesn't even play golf.
I miss him.
You poor thing. I could say something, but I just won't.
You see the conversation he had about his kid?
You know what? You two have a sidebar. Let me answer the ticket texter. You know what? I don't care what this team did. We're not living in the past. Right now, they've won 4 or 5. And Kenny Cott says, we're in a pennant chase. 4 out. You're going to win tonight. Twins are going to lose tonight. We're going to be 3 out by the time they take the field tomorrow against Twins. And who do you have coming to Comerica next? The Twins. Guys, I get it. They're going to fall short. This is a bad division. And if they made the playoffs, they'd get thrown nuts first into a wood chipper. I know this. But do you mind, as a radio host of 20 years in this town, who has seen almost nothing exclusively but losing for the past decade, and unlike you, I'm on the air and have to talk about this crap because I'm not doing forklifts? Like, guys, just allow us humor us to try to get to July with this team. Maybe we'll do first place T-shirts. Maybe it'll be like the September Heisman for Michigan, right? We are regular season champs. AL Central division, June division winners.
I was about to say the June divisional champ.
First half champs.
Right. Just give us something. All right? And then once training camp's here, if they want to die, they can die. This is all about, can we win the division by training camp? Because anything that happens after that, I don't care.
Let's just stay in striking distance. That's all.
First place by the day they open camp. That's key. I want this team if this division's as bad as I say it is, then damn it, they should be in first. Because these other teams are total embarrassments. They really are. Total embarrassments.
First place by the time we start camp.
Why not? Why not?
I don't even know who you are right now.
Why not?
I don't know who you are right now.
I'm a guy. I am desperate. I am a desperate radio host who just wants to see winning. And I'm tired of this Steve Eiserman quotation land I live in this town. We need more time. We need more patience. Trust the plan. No, F that. I want fireworks, sparklers, and wins. Rico, I get it. They're terrible, but what do you want from me?
Sparklers and wins and Tigers.
That's it.
Really doesn't go together, but sure.
I don't care. David, ticket text.
The starter last night was on 11 with a 7 ERA, and the Tigers couldn't touch him.
Yeah? Hey, how'd it work out? They won the game.
Well, he says, I'm a hair closer because of the late inning heroics.
How about tonight? Royals are pitching another guy who hasn't won a game. Failed prospect Daniel Lynch. Let's go get him.
Because the thing about this team is nothing about them makes sense.
None.
But they're there. They don't go away.
What if they are, you know what, in many ways.
They're cockroaches.
No, they're like the religion of baseball. Religion doesn't make any sense, but it just does its thing for you guys. Why can't the Tigers be the good book of baseball?
It's cockroaches. You're right.
You know what, David? His goal today is just to piss me off. I don't know what I did to this man,
wait a minute.
but he is just throwing haymakers today.
No,
I'm ignoring him.
No.
So people, if you're listening, people, and it gets dark in any location where you are, you know who to blame.
Not me. You blame Kerry Carpenter. Carpenter's the living embodiment of Christ. You keep hitting home runs in the bottom of the 7th, 3-run jacks.
And he did it again.
Little 3-run pizzas. Kerry Carpenter.
Let's compare hitting home runs to dying on a cross.
If it puts me in first place in the Central, they are the same. Bottom of the 7th, water into wine or a 3-run pizza going 418 to left. 3-run pizza.
You're selling your soul for the most low-rent first place of any division in baseball.
I have nothing. Wait, you think this is desperate? Wait till we get to Michigan State football. I'll stop talking to my parents for 10 wins. Christ. We need something. Just believe in it.
No. I'm not joining your bandwagon. I believe that the Tigers can make this interesting.
I know.
You're on your own.
No, I know. I know none of what I want that.
I mean, you're selling your soul for a Twizzler.
I know. Isn't it embarrassing? That's how bad Detroit sports
is. It's the black licorice.
Hey, man, who the hell likes that crap?
Why do they still make it?
Frank's right there with candy corn.
No, I think it's for people like Doug.
Don't talk about candy corn.
No, like Doug, doesn't eat red meat. He likes kale, and he's probably the one person who likes black licorice.
Well, you better get used to it because that's what you're selling your soul for.
Detroit Tigers baseball 2023, the black licorice of the league. I don't care. Dude, I'll tell you right now, if Carpenter goes deep again tonight, we're on to something. Seriously, read a book. Mother Teresa talked about seeing Jesus every day in the people of the streets. What if Kerry Carpenter's actually God?
So instead of seeing
the left-handed power bat I have lusted for 20 years in this town.
So instead of seeing Christ in a piece of toast, he's at Comerica Park.
Some people choose cloud formations. I choose slow developing left-handed prospects. It's all the same. God help you if he hits a bomb tonight. Tomorrow we're opening the show. David is singing. It's going to be incredible.
If they lose 12-0, everybody right here. That guy ruined a good thing.
Watch tonight. Carpenter's first swing, his Achilles ends up in the fourth row. And then I'll get blamed for that.
Hey, did the bone just come? Wow.
Wait a minute. Did that ball take his head clean off his shoulders?
Oh, boy.
Uh-oh.
Medic?
Then we'll have full lines tomorrow.
Compound fractures everywhere.
Wait, the last time I saw something like this was Joe Theismann.
Is that a locust storm at Comerica?
Was
All
that
right.
Napoleon Kaufman?
Oh, good pull. Navy, fullback. Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more, nobody sells more than Northville. They moved enough product to cover 26 football fields, and there is a reason they can move that much product. There's no backlog. There's no wait time. There's no special orders because everything is in stock all the time, as low as $1.59. Their warehouse chock full of Trex decking, lighting, railing, you name it, all varieties. And if you need someone to build that deck, no problem. They'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. All you need to do is call Northville Lumber today or simply go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, let's get a little football in the mix as we continue to roll along on a gorgeous Tuesday afternoon. David, let's peruse, shall we? And I'd like to begin today's proceedings. I saw something. It involves the Lions, and we just need to go around the room with it because I think this number is low. The Lions over-under in Vegas is 9.5. I'm absolutely saying they win at least 10 games this year. There's not a doubt. They are winning this division. 10-7 is not that high a bar to clear, especially in this rat trap division. Am I insane? Or are you guys aboard the train here?
Go ahead, Kenny. You can go first.
Oh, I'm just going to put it on the glass board right there during the break. Yeah, I'm absolutely on board with the over.
I couldn't believe I saw 9.5.
10 is my baseline.
Perfect. David?
Yeah, over 10. Yep.
Doesn't it
easy.
seem easy?
It does to me, but which means we may be wrong.
And that leads us to Poopy McPooperson. Go ahead, Rico.
Yeah, I'm going to take the under.
Oh, come on.
No, honestly, I think that's the perfect number of 9.5 because I think they'll win 9 games.
You don't think they're better than last year?
They may be better, Mike, but I think teams are going to be more prepared for them. So,
wow. Okay.
So whereas before it was the Lions, and we're playing the Lions. Now it's like, hey, guys, we better get ready because we don't want the Lions to come in here and beat us.
Well, then let me ask you this question then, because I'm not saying the Jags and the Lions are the same because the Jags made the playoffs last year, but they're also at 9.5. Do you not think that people are going to say the same thing about the Jags?
I would say the same number for the Jags.
So under as
I
well.
don't believe in the Jags like this man does. But, yeah, I think around 9 games is where it's at because the NFL – rarely does it go the way that you think that, oh, this team is just going to run away because when everybody plays the win-loss game, every fan base has their team at 10 wins. Doesn't happen that way. I think 9, they're in a bad division. I think 9 can win them the division, but
all right. Yeah. Had to ask. David, go ahead with your regularly scheduled programming.
Yeah, so there is a report out here that Aaron Rodgers was almost a Patriot. Well, I guess if you want to believe that or not, says the New England Patriots made an offer to the Green Bay Packers to get Aaron Rodgers. And when Aaron Rodgers heard it, his agent said, no, we ain't playing for New England. We want to be a Jet.
I mean, I have no issue if you want to believe that New England made an offer, but you think Aaron Rodgers wants to deal with the construct of that organization?
Well, he couldn't do his shenanigans in New England because Belichick would just put a bullet in that real fast like, Aaron, no. Not how I do things.
Yeah, that would be the worst fit.
Probably, yeah.
What also may be a worse fit is seeing J.J. Watt on TV. There's an offer for him on TV, according to the New York Post, Andrew Marchand, saying there's an offer from CBS, NBC, and NFL Network, and CBS is viewed as the favorite if he chooses to go towards TV.
Yeah, these networks continue to burn money. I mean, look, Andrew Marchand is one of the best media writers in the country. It's got to be true. And J.J. Watt is a nothing burger to me. I can't believe the money they throw out for athletes who largely can't complete sentences. You think J.J. Watt is interesting on a pregame or a in-game broadcast? He's a nothing. I'm sorry. These networks just waste money.
It's like you're a former athlete. You must be good in telling this. Because basically, I think they're hiring people to tell stories of what happened in the locker room and in the huddle. And it's like, or maybe you can go out and find somebody who did not play, but actually is qualified and can be entertaining. But, yeah, every athlete now is just, when you look at it's
unbelievable.
It's one guy who didn't play surrounded by a bunch of guys who did play. And all the jokes and stuff get old really fast.
It really does. So let's go through some training camp things here, mini camp, fact or fiction going into training camp in July. So first one, Colts will name Anthony Richardson the week 1 starter.
Oh, Jesus.
I mean, there's a lot of buzz with him saying how great he looks and he's ready.
Who's the backup? I apologize.
Oh, crap. Who is the backup? Is it Minshew?
I can't think of the backup.
Baby, it is Minshew.
Yeah, so I'll say no. Look, Minshew to start the year, he could start for some teams. He's a highly qualified guy. Richardson, to me, they need to be very careful early on. Now, I'm not telling you he's not going to play. He'll play. But week 1?
I'm going to say it's fact. I think they're just going to jump in and go all in and sell this crowd that this is the guy. Yeah, they're going to do that. I don't think he should, but I don't run the Colts.
I've heard that.
You're not Irsay, huh?
Weird.
The next one here is Jimmy G will miss the first 4 weeks of the regular season.
I feel like he might miss the rest of forever. Like, I mean, he failed his physical. They could get out of that deal in a heartbeat.
But how did you sign him without making him take a physical?
Because you're the Raiders. I mean, how did Mark Davis walk around with that haircut all these years? I mean, let's be honest about it.
I mean,
I'm just saying.
When you own the team and people are afraid you'll fire him. But no, David, I don't think he's going to play in the first quarter of the season. And he may miss a lot more time than that. He got over. His agent got over on the Raiders.
Some organizations just continue to be bad. It just historically they do stupid things. Let's move on to this one, Mike. You'll love this next one. Lamar Jackson will be back in the MVP conversation because he's getting more freedom in the offense.
Sure. But I don't value the MVP as a legitimate award. That's just fun time. You know what Lamar needs to show me? He can hold on to a lead in the fourth quarter. Go look at the last 2 seasons. You won't be able to win that argument with me. So he'll have tons of yards and fun. I don't care. It has nothing to do with me wanting him as my quarterback.
So the Ravens win 2 playoff games, and he plays well in both of those games.
Then it would be an MVP that is earned.
No, I'm saying at that point, has he swung you back over?
No.
What does he need to do to win over Mike?
Show that he's an actual NFL passing quarterback.
No, I'm saying
over the course of 2 years.
He gets to the AFC Championship game.
Yeah, that's fine. You know what? If Jared Goff over 24 games can't convince this brain-dead town that he's okay, then why the hell would I care what Lamar does in 1 year? Deuces, right here. I don't care.
I'm just saying.
I've watched him get worse every year since winning the MVP.
Right. I'm saying, was there a bar where you're like, you know what? If he does this.
Yeah, a couple good years. Oh, and by the way, don't quit on your team and don't miss a third of the season like you have the last 2 years. I got plenty of check marks. Okay. He won't pass any of them.
And then let's close it out going back to some over-under. Just a couple teams I want to focus on.
Yeah, sure.
Close it out.
It's the football version of Zion. Gotcha.
Not far off.
9.5 over-under for the Dallas Cowboys.
Under.
Okay.
I mean, look, I think Dak Prescott stinks. Full stop. I can't get the playoff game out of my mind.
I'm going to go over. I think that just because it's just Pollard's game, I think that's going to be enough.
Was that your B team?
No.
Is that the other team you picked up after you dropped your hometown Lions?
No. I think just having Pollard, I think, is enough. That's going to propel them. They'll battle it out with Philly.
So I'll do these teams together, same division. They can't both go over, I don't think.
Okay.
Jets and Dolphins are at 9.5.
I'll take under on the Jets. Can't speak to Miami because of Tua.
Yeah.
He's healthy, it's one thing. If he's not, it's another. The Jets, I don't buy in. I don't. Aaron Rodgers has been a game manager his last couple of years in Green Bay. I will be shocked if he descends upon MetLife and he's thrown it 40 times a week. I can't do it.
But you know what? That's why I'm going to – you made the argument of why we'll take the over for the Jets because the defense is good enough that if you could just manage the game, you can get some wins. You don't need Aaron Rodgers to go out there slinging the ball around.
No, it is fair. I just – in that
Miami, I love Tua.
But if he's no idea.
Yeah.
You got to be a maniac to bet on them.
And then I just don't understand this one. This would be the last one. 9.5 Cleveland Browns.
I understand it.
The return of Deshaun?
No, I understand it because you are banking on last year being the redshirt year for Deshaun Watson, that he comes back with a vengeance. They have an elite O-line. They have arguably a top 5 back. David, I'm not telling you it's going to happen, but is it going to surprise you at all if the Browns come out hammering the football, lots of play action passes? If Deshaun is 75% of what he used to be, they'll challenge the number. If he's what he was last year, which was a complete disaster, they will not.
Where are your Steelers?
8.5.
Steelers, yeah, I believe they are at 8.5. Let me just look. Yeah, 8.5.
Wouldn't mind the over.
Over.
Yeah, they're going to start the season off with a loss, so
Yeah, they'll be 1-0 to start. So
0-1 to start the season.
I can't wait for Steelers-Niners, where I hate watch both teams.
Week 1 is going to be fun.
As Kenny said, Achilles everywhere. I hate both teams.
Don't do that. Please don't do that.
I know.
That is in football today.
All right, Hungry Howie's 50th anniversary, and they are celebrating 50 years of flavor and special menu items, the $6.99 mix and match. But the baseline of what they've done for half a century, in-house dough made fresh, 100% real mozzarella, not the Wisconsin white that some people describe. 8 different flavors of the flavored crust they invented. And right now, the 73 Classic. Special menu item. They'll have more coming for football season. 73 Classic, 73 slices of cup pepperoni, $9.99. And yes, we had Kenny count because we're ball breakers. It's what we do. Bottom line, whether it's that, the mix and match, weeknight deal, any menu item, pair them up, $6.99. Try the 73 Classic now for a limited time only. It's Hungry Howie's. That's what he gets for doing that Jim read. We turn black card into something else. All right. Shall we? We have breaking news. Kenny Cott came in and said, boys, I have terrible news. And I went, who died? He came in very sullen. I'm not even going to do a breaking news sounder. Kenny, do you want to tell me now? What is the breaking news?
Well, we were talking about our Lord and Savior in the first couple of segments of the show.
The Carpenter.
The Carp Man.
Oh, don't tell me this kid's headed to the IL after what we did. What happened?
He's not on the IL, but
All
he's not in the lineup tonight.
Lefty.
And a benched Javi Baez from last night is back in the lineup, batting cleanup.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the beginning of the end of days, Mike?
No.
Can you see
the
that
Carpenter-
smug look that David and I have? We tried to tell you.
Nope.
You pushed the boundary too far.
No. What's going to happen tonight? Carpenter's going to come into the game.
Pinch hit?
When Lynch is out. 2-run bomb.
Point to center field.
Gone. He's going to shout out the show. Going to rip open his jersey that says, I am Christ. It's going to be unbelievable.
Does he just levitate all the way around?
All the way around the bases.
Right.
Yes.
Just with his arms out like this.
Yep. That's right. And instead of his batting helmet falling off, his halo falls off. It's all right. We're going to win tonight. You're going to be 3 out, Kenny, for day ball tomorrow. Come on. Jesus Carpenter, Kerry Carpenter. It's all one and the same.
I don't know. Maybe Bias just goes 3 for 3 and they can't afford to take him out the lineup.
Just, let's focus on the positive. Let's go on the board before we hear from Steve Eiserman.
Believe that happened.
I was just scared he was going to tell me Carpenter was on the IL, and I'll be like, oh, no. What have I done?
Yeah, he did walk in. I was like, did he die? Like,
I thought he was telling me.
I got horrible news for you guys.
Guys, I'm dying. I'm like, no. Are we ready? We ready?
Let's go.
Let's keep the winning streak going. Well, we're putting some money in Gator's pocket if that's what he's up to. So here's the deal. Another winner last night. We were dirty. We went to the run line. It's not do as I do. It's just do what I say. We broke the rules. We went Tigers -1.5. They won the game by 2. Doesn't matter. It's a win. +135. Here's the question, Kenneth. Do we go right back to it? A total disrespect. Do we?
I think we do. And also the over 9 runs hit that I proposed yesterday.
Tiger ball.
I think you go back to the well. It's 8.5 today at -110. I think you go back to the well. Double down. It worked for us yesterday. You still got bad pitching today.
The Royals, they are absolute trash. Lynch is 0-3. Lorenzen will turn it around tonight a little bit. And the Carpenter off the pine, taking one to the Holy Land to win the game by 2. And the Tigers
parlay the 2 +312.
No.
I did it yesterday. It would have worked.
Tigers +145 on the run line. We're going to go back to back. We're going to see if we can get away with this crime. Rico Beard, what happened last night to you? What do you got? Home run of Palooza?
Yeah, I went full torque, and he was the only one that didn't really do anything last night. So
We're going to move on.
new day.
What do you got? What are you doing for everybody?
I'm gonna go with somebody who's been red hot, kind of like when Aaron Judge was just cranking out home runs.
Acuna?
No, I'm going
Mike Harris?
No,
Who?
Ozzy Albies.
Oh, my guy.
Yeah, I think he's hit 4 in a row. I'm going for home run number 5 +520.
Holy hell, they are telling you it's not going to happen.
Well, difficult to hit 5 home runs in 5 straight games, but it worked for Aaron Judge.
Okay.
We're doing it.
Kenny, you're with me on the run line. You going over again?
Yeah, I'm with you on the run line. Over 8.5.
Hey,
That's
do me a solid. Can you parlay it up? Let's be totally irresponsible. Get me a reverse run line. Red Sox -1.5. Tigers -1.5. The Kenny Cott, it's a pennant chase parlay. What would it pay out while we go to David and he bets on Bolivian basketball? What do you have for everybody?
Yeah, so I was WNBA was off last night. I was off, so I'm going to give you a winner here.
Well, you're what is it, 2-3 in a row?
I am 2 in a row now. So everyone in the Eastern Conference was talking about the New York Liberty and the Washington Mystics. And Connecticut said, hold on, watch this. They are leading the Eastern Conference at 9-3. They face the Seattle Storm tonight. They are -8.5 favorites.
Why are Bird still playing?
Sue Bird is not playing.
Dude, why
No,
are the
she's done.
numbers so big in this league?
Well, for this one,
Jesus.
I'll tell you why for this one. Seattle at home, 1-5. Connecticut on the road, 5-1.
Because there's really 4 teams and everybody else.
Thank
Well,
you.
That's why Connecticut said, hold on, I want to be in that number there. So I'm going to Connecticut -8.5 tonight against the Seattle Storm.
Kenny, can you get me that out-of-pocket parlay?
Well, actually, the Red Sox are getting the run
No.
and a half.
I need a reverse run line. I need a voodoo line.
Oh, you want an alternate line?
I want the alternate. I want the Sox laying a run and a
hold,
half.
please.
Okay.
I want the
'cause I was-
super juice.
I
Sox
got you.
to blow the Twins out. Tigers to blow the Royals out. That's got to be plus 500.
That would be plus 578. Red Sox -1.5. Tigers -1.5.
That's the Kenny Cott It's a Pennant Chase Party parlay. F it. Be responsible. Don't be a jerk. But, I'm telling you, let's capitalize on this.
Okay.
No?
No, your system that's not a system is working in baseball right now.
Hey, you want to have Eiserman bore you to death? Glad you asked. We'll do it next. All right, FanDuel on Tuesdays, it's basically designed for Rico because it's all about home runs. All customers get $5 in bonus bets for every home run hit by both teams when you place a $25 to hit a home run wager. So it doesn't matter. Maybe your guy goes 0 for 5 with 4 strikeouts. You will get $5 back for every home run hit in that game by either team. Bottom line, it's FanDuel. Tuesday baseball celebration, FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. Bonus issue, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max bonus $25. Restrictions do apply. See full terms. FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117.
Brought to you by Capital Mortgage Funding, 1-800-LOW-RATE, the best mortgage banker. The Tigers aim for a series win over the Royals tonight at Comerica Park. Michael Lorenzen gets the start for Detroit, hoping to bounce back from a pair of rough starts that saw him give up a combined 12 earned runs. Daniel Lynch, he gets the start for the Royals. He struggled to the tune of an ERA nearing 6 this season. The Tigers have won 4 of their last 5 and come in tonight just 4 games back of the first-place Twins, though Matt Vierling will miss a third straight game with back soreness. First pitch tonight at 6:40, the pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1. We're just over a week away from the NHL draft now, and Red Wings GM Steve Eiserman caught up with the media today about the team's plans entering the offseason. He was asked if pressure is mounting to make the playoffs. Eiserman expects the Wings to hold on to both the number 9 and number 17 picks. The draft happening a week from tomorrow in Nashville. And the NBA draft a little over 2 days away. There's new odds for the Pistons pick at number 5. FanDuel says Houston's Jarris Walker is the favorite at plus 170. Villanova's Cam Whitmore, who most mock drafts have going to Detroit, as the second best odds at plus 195. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
God, I hate that. That's like the angriest I've been in a year, so of course it ends up in a song. I was just talking with Evan.
I don't know. I think that when you got angry at the caller for the Michigan not getting the touchdown, that may have been the angriest.
Maybe you're right.
Yeah.
I was talking with Evan, because we're going to get to this Eiserman thing. I think Troy Weaver just said something that made me angry. I can't win in this town.
I was going to say, if you're angry about what Eiserman had to say, just wait.
Oh, I'm tired of Troy
more.
Weaver's I'm the smartest guy in the room routine. I've had enough of him. Okay? But whatever. Let's stick to the plan, because the Lord, Stevie Y, spoke. Lord knows you can't say anything bad about Stevie Y. Greatest rebuild in history. So here's my point. He spoke today, and I'm going to play this. And all I will tell you is that while I don't know what is or is not true, if this is what he's actually thinking, I'm out. I'm totally out. Because my issue is always, and I'm guilty of it sometimes, I am not putting myself on a pedestal. I'm not saying I'm better. I'm saying I'm guilty of it sometimes. We get too comfortable when a team makes a really good hire, and we give somebody a little bit too long of a leash. Now, we have all said this summer has to be impactful for the Red Wings. It is time. The base is there. They got about 6, 7, 8 guys on this team that are all the same. None of them are first liners. None of them are leaders. None of them are going to get us a Stanley Cup. We need to add the pieces. Season ticket players, as Kenny and I like to say. Not that real tickets are a thing anymore, but you get my point. Well, Eiserman spoke today. If what he's saying is true, I want to know where you're at as a fan in this town. And you don't even have to like the Red Wings. You could just want the Red Wings as background noise. You could just want to be one of the bandwagon fans who puts a stupid flag on your minivan. I don't care. I can't take what he's about to play. Are you ready? Take a listen to this. Are you kidding me? The last thing this team needs is more prospects that are 3, 4, 5 years away. Now, if he said at number 1, I'm not trading the pick, we're taking Connor Bedard, no stress. I get it. Hell, you could be at 2 and want to take the Russian kid. Fine. You're at 9 and 17. Now, I don't know that's how he feels. It is misinformation season. But I'd like the quote about the team's core. I'd like the quote about where he feels the rebuild is and whether this is going to be an aggressive offseason. Do we have that one? What one is that labeled?
I have to put that in. That's a different cut.
Oh, for God's sakes, fellas. Come on. That's the best one. Basically, he says the core is nowhere close to a Stanley Cup. He says that, no, we're taking our time. He was asked about, do you feel pressure? And he goes, not really. Come on.
I have the pressure cut.
Then play that one. I want to know where people are at, because this is a Kenny Cott issue too. Kenny and I have said this summer, at the end of this summer, it's got to be a totally different team. It's got to be a team that's got intrigue. It's got to be a team that's got a signature player, 40-goal scorer. It's got to be a team that we can rally behind, because we've given this man time. He's earned it. He is a legend here, but then he was also a high-level GM with Tampa. He was the architect of a team that eventually won a Stanley Cup. My point is, when is enough? Doesn't feel pressure.
No.
Doesn't foresee he's going to get rid of the picks. Core's nowhere near good enough, so we're just going to go ahead and take our time and build it the right way. How many times do we have to hear this in this town? Come on. Now, Kenny's giggling. He's shaking his head like we're talking Big Ten football. Kenny, join the conversation.
Because I got a question I got to ask Kenny, but it
Please
does
do.
sound like a man who has been told, you will not be fired.
Oh, never.
You do things your way. We're going to step away, and we're going to trust you and everything that you want to do. We're not going to walk in there. We're not going to do anything. That's what he sounds like. That's just confidence of, yeah, I know you guys want a quick fix, but, and again, that's not how I do things. I don't
know if he believes a word of it. I'm playing the game that if this is what he really thinks, I'm out.
Now, my question that I'm going to ask Kenny.
Look at him when you do it. I mean, respect the man enough to look him in the eyes.
No.
Get over there. Look at Kenny. The man's sad. Look at him. Don't look at me. You don't need to look at me. Look at him.
No, it was all a part of theatrics.
I don't care. Talk to the hockey.
I was going to talk to him, Mike.
Please do.
It was a slow chair turn.
Do it. Like a Bond villain.
Right.
Over there.
The question for Kenny.
There it is.
Do you view this similar to what OTAs are for the Lions? This doesn't matter. This is just word soup. It's just for the media. It's just for people to just attach themselves to and get angry over.
Let me ask you a question to answer your question.
Wow. Woo!
Does anybody in this room or listening at home believe anything a GM has to say a week before the draft? A week before the draft?
I actually believe some of what he said.
I think you're a lunatic if that's the case.
That's fine.
I don't believe anything. He's playing his cards close to the vest. He's trying to assess as much value to those picks as possible. Whether he trades them or not, I don't know. But what I do know, and by the way, I agree in principle that if he does make those picks and he doesn't make a big splash, the offseason's a failure. I will condemn him if that's the case.
Like if he uses both 9 and 17, you better be singing a tune from a different set
The only way that doesn't happen is if he uses his other picks to still acquire a star. If he can make those picks and still get a star,
fair.
I'm not complaining.
That's fair. I'm not mad. That's fair.
But if he doesn't, if he stands pat, makes the picks, does not make a splash, that's a condemnable move.
So if he makes the picks, you don't believe, you know what, he saw something that nobody else saw, and these two guys are going to be good.
If it's a repeat of last offseason where he just picks a bunch of guys for the middle of the team, then yeah, I think that's a problem. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think this was all just, dressing. I think this was all just for show. I don't.
Okay. But
this is a GM speaking like a GM speaks.
We at least have a middle ground on this, that if that was the truth, you're out. Can't do it. There has to be a standard in this town. There's got to be an eventual point. Like Troy Weaver's the same deal. I mean, David's got to get the rest of this audio in, and then we can get Troy Weaver. I mean, this Troy Weaver thing, David, set up the Weaver audio, please.
Oh, I thought you asked about the core.
You screwed me up. He goes, I got it. Hold on. Everybody calm down. All right, this is ridiculous. Troy Weaver's out here like the smartest man in the world going, oh, the new collective bargaining agreement. There's opportunities for some vulnerable teams. Hey, Troy, you're the mark. Teams wait and find you, Troy. Like at a certain point.
They're the anti-Rays.
Right. I mean, at a certain point, I'm done with the whole Jaleel Okafor, Marvin Bagley, Nerlens Noel, Josh Jackson, Apple Jackson, all of it. I'm tired of it. And it's the same thing. Now, Eiserman is certainly more accomplished than Troy. And Eiserman's rebuild is on much better footing. Mm-hmm. But the principle's the same thing. You don't just do this slow churn to greatness. There comes a point where I don't want to hear from Eiserman, the core is nowhere close. Well, then it calls into question what we're doing here.
But I think a lot of it just boils down to the fact that, unlike when the Wings were in their heyday, they simply had to just say, hey, anybody want to be a Wing?
I know.
Everybody ran to Detroit.
And there was no cap. It was different.
But all the other sports, it's difficult getting people to actually want to come and play here. So the only viable option is you got to draft, you got to develop, and it takes some time. And I know that's not what anybody wants to hear.
We're done with time. But we're done. I don't want to hear it. We're done with time. And look, he plays things as close to the vest as anybody. It won't shock me on draft night if he makes a deal.
Weaver or Eiserman?
Eiserman.
Oh, okay.
All I'm saying is when I heard the comments, I went, man, what if it is danger hiding in plain sight? What if he actually believes this? Yeah. So I wanted to ask people because we it's one thing, Rico, when we talk about it in February and they're flirting with the playoffs and then obviously fell out of it, made some trades. When I say, hey, I want them to have a big summer and Kenny says it, that's one thing. But when the time is actually here, I think it's just good to check in with the fans and go, all right, we all hope Eiserman is playing 4D chess. We all hope he's going to do what he's always done. Yeah. I'm asking the question if that's what he actually thinks.
Yeah, because he just sounded like a man who was just comfortable knowing I can't be fired.
Oh, no, never.
That's just how I took it.
And he's done a good job. I don't think it's been this uber fabulous gig where, we still haven't made the playoffs, guys. So,
right.
Just take it easy when you want to throw out greatest rebuild ever, like it's the Lego movie. Come on. We haven't made the playoffs. That's not a high bar in the NHL either. I think we'd all agree.
Yeah, but it just didn't seem like there was any stress. Like, I got this.
No, and I don't think there should be. I think the stress comes if this offseason's underwhelming. If we enter next season and we don't have somebody on this team that is a bona fide first-line offensive threat, regardless of team caliber, meaning don't be a first-line coyote. You're a first-liner no matter where I drop you. If we don't come away with that type of player this offseason, then what the hell are we doing?
That big first splash that we've all been waiting for.
Feel like it's time, don't you?
Yeah.
And whether you're a hockey neophyte or whether you're a diehard and you call hockey jerseys sweaters, all opinions are welcome. We want our teams to win. And obviously we all have faith in Eiserman. It was the best hire the team could make. But how much more time are you going to wait before he delivers on war chesting capital is fine, but take it from somebody who lived through Danny Ainge. When you hoard your picks and you hoard your picks and you hoard your picks and you never want to trade them, you know what you end up with? You're a bridesmaid and never a bride. I lived it. So I guess I have a bias. Clearly, Eiserman, he's got more hockey knowledge in his right nut than I got in my whole body. That's not what it's about. We just sit back as fans and we go, all right, well, we've waited how many years? They're on an almost linear progression, but isn't it time to make a move where you're like, hey, now this is the new face of the team. Right. While the young guys can play catch up, this is the face of the team.
It's year 5, right? Going into year 5. Yeah.
Come on, man. Am I wrong?
No, you're waiting for that one where you're like, okay, and it starts today. Yeah. Right here. That's the deal.
248-539-9797. I got a couple open lines. You guys are welcome. Look, and if you don't like my take on it, my feelings won't be hurt. My goal is I want action. I want to win. And I feel like we've all been patient. I feel like we've just sat here and let them work. This summer has to be the summer. So hopefully those comments are nothing more than folly. And he's going to go against everything he said. I just want to know where you're at.
Yeah, Kenny made a good point. Week before the draft, you don't believe anything.
I actually hope he
says.
uses 9 and 17 so Kenny's head explodes.
That's rude.
No, because then it's RFR.
Yeah.
Then Kenny's got to come on the air, and what's he going to do?
It'll be a sad day.
There will be no Kenny. Floral Fridays are canceled forever.
Right,
All the fun time is gone.
No,
The hat
because
stays on forever.
forever. No hairdo, no going to games. I mean, it would be the equivalent of David renouncing Jesus if you came on the air and went, I'm done with Eiserman. I am done.
Like, Kenny, why don't you just take a couple days off? You'll be okay. No, let's do the show. I hate him.
Hell, I'm rooting for it now.
You know what?
I hope he trades down and takes 17 third-rounders.
You're gonna lead the show at 2:00.
RL Beer, take him to church.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. All month of June, Hamilton is participating in the Pickups for Paws campaign. You ask, what is that? Well, you love your pet and you take care of your pet, but there's a lot of animals out there that are just not that lucky. So you stop into Hamilton, you drop off some pet-friendly supplies into the bed of the Silverado right there in the middle of the showroom. There's a long list of donation items at hamiltonchevy.com. If you can't think of what to do, your donation will make a difference. And while you're there, you can talk to Andrew and the sales staff. They want to be your Chevy dealer. They will guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period, including the June Rico deal, a new 2023 Chevy Crew Cab Silverado 4x4.
You know,
$389 a month for 24 months.
You know what we should do, too? Well, I should work with Andrew. We should set them up with a dog shelter, buy a car, get a dog.
I like that.
Why not?
I like that.
Let's
Andrew,
take the dogs from the scumbags and put them in the hands of good people who want good cars.
Andrew, I know you're listening. Let's make this happen. But yeah, go get that Rico deal. A 2023 Chevy Crew Cab Silverado 4x4, $389 a month for 24 months. Includes 10,000 miles a year. You just walk in with $995 down and you drive off in the deal. You know what I say? The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevy for details. Tell Andrew, let's make that happen. Get a car, adopt a dog. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Headed to Vegas, go to the D Las Vegas. The D, located in downtown where a lot of the action is, and everyone who stays at the D gets 2 free stadium swim passes located at the beautiful Circa Hotel and Casino. We were out there for March Madness. We also did a Masters show at Circa. It was something. Listen, bottom line, whether you're staying at the D or Circa, you can book your room at thed.com. Downtown, a hell of a good time. And even if it's just for people watching, boy howdy. That's what's going on out there. The D Las Vegas. It is your home for sports in Vegas. All right, that's Eiserman today. And again, it is misinformation season. It is a week before the draft. But again, unless you want to play what's your favorite campsite, this is what we're doing. And it's just reality. GM's talk, we're going to talk about it. How much of what he said do you believe? If what he's saying is true, I got to be honest, I don't know how many people would actually still be on board. He had a comment earlier about using pick 9, using pick 17, basically saying the second-round picks are currency. Pick 9 and 17, I don't imagine I'm not using them. And I'm like, I pray to God that's not true, because that would fly in the face of everything Kenny and I have discussed. And it's just,
it's anti-big splash that you've been waiting for.
So let's get to the people. David, we'll catch up on Ticket Text momentarily, but people want to talk. Let's do that. Let's go to Chris, 97.1. Chris, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, I'm a diehard Red Wings fan. I know every player in the organization. With that said, outside of Marco Kasper, we have nothing that projects as a top 6 forward in the pipeline in terms of prospects. More importantly as well, we have nothing on the right side as well, like literally zero. Mike, your opinions are great. I love your opinions, but you're a year early on your anticipation for us to make a big move. This year's draft is one of the deepest in recent memory in the first 2 rounds of the draft. So we need to use those picks, build up those prospect pipelines for both of those positions. And then next year, when we have still 2 first-round picks plus a much better free agent class, this year is terrible. Next year, there's a lot of stars. We can just have our pick of who we want. And if we want to make a move, we still got 2 first-round picks to do that then.
Chris, I am not arguing. I'm not going to argue with you because you sound like you know a hell of a lot. And I'm not in the mood to argue. So let me just offer you something. And I'm admitting my bias, okay? I'm admitting this to you. If I have to hear next year's free agents or next year's draft in this town one more time, Chris, my hair is going to fall out. It's always next year. It doesn't even matter
when is it going to be this year.
No, and I'm admitting to Chris. Yeah. This is my bias speaking. It doesn't even matter what sport it is. It's always next year in this town.
Well, what do you want them to do? You want them to go and trade for a guy like the Pistons did in Blake Griffin, like they did a few years ago, and just completely ruin everything?
Hold on. Now, wait a minute. Now, let's be fair for a moment. No, on surface. And 2, you're talking to the guy who ripped that trade up and down the day it happened. And then I got ripped as a Pistons hater. I hated that deal from the moment it happened, and I explained why. No, Chris, I'm not asking Steve Eiserman to do something dumb. The Pistons were dumb to do what they did. But when Kenny brings up Kyle Connor, when he brings up Kyle Connor,
Connor's not available. Kyle Connor's not going to get traded.
Hold on, Kenny Cott, main stage.
You can trade for him. It's not impossible. And if they're not willing to deal,
then fine. He brought up DeBrincat. He brought up Johnny Hockey. It hasn't worked out in Columbus. Chris, honestly, what's the pricing on some of these players? We're not trading for Wayne Gretzky.
Alex DeBrincat went for a first, second, and third-round pick last year, and he had the worst year of his career, his first time playing without Patrick Kane. You want to bring him? He's 5'7".
For a cheaper
price. He didn't want to be there. Also, he was a 40-goal scorer twice in his career. I think I'll take the risk on that.
Chris, hold on. Chris, calm down. Okay, we're talking. He is a depreciating asset. He is cheaper than when he got dealt because now he's a year deeper into his deal. He's got 1 year left. You'd have to sign him. He didn't want to be in Ottawa. People who live in Ottawa don't want to be in Ottawa.
Let's say you steal him for a second-round pick, which is not going to happen. Let's say you steal him. What are you going to pay him? $9 million a year?
Yeah, sounds about right.
No.
All right, then
not
don't.
worth that.
Chris, then don't, and we'll miss the playoffs again. I can't help you. I'm not mad at you, Chris, but this is always what happens. It's like a game of whack-a-mole with you people. Because you can bring something up and they go, what about the Blake Griffin trade? And it's like, no, that's not the answer for everything. No, I'm just saying, like, then we start playing whack-a-mole that if a player isn't perfect, like unless it's Wayne Gretzky or Gordie Howe or Connor McDavid, guys, there's no perfect player. And newsflash, the people we're talking about are better than anyone you have. If Alex DeBrincat came here, as flawed as some of you may be and as much of an idiot as I might be with hockey, he's immediately your best offensive weapon, true or false?
It's true. But
So
here's the thing. No.
Jesus.
Here's what happens. I can't speak for every city, but in this city, I've told you before, we overvalue the players here like nobody's business. And we always think that, well, you're not going to be good enough to play here. And it's like, guys, we did it yesterday.
Last week, we had Piston fans acting like they're too good for Zion Williamson.
Right.
What, are you kidding me?
Well, the culture, your culture is losing. Okay? So if they're that bad, they fit your culture.
And here's the other point I want to make real quick, and then I'm going back to the people. But this is year 5 of Eiserman. No offense, but if I give you 6-7 years to build something, Christ, I might be able to pick somebody off the street to do it. Right. You're Stevie Y. You're hockey Jesus.
Well, that's the
I don't
other
think
thing.
I'm being unfair here.
No, but that's the other thing, because people like the last caller, they believe whatever Stevie Y does and says, it's right. Don't you dare question him.
Well, we're gonna find out.
But I'm saying that's where it comes across as well. If Stevie doesn't want him, we didn't need him.
What a way to live. Paul, 97.1. Paulie, what's going on?
Hey, thanks for taking the call.
Yes, sir. What's going on? What's up?
First thing, did you listen to the entire interview, or did somebody just give you some snippets to listen?
No, Rieger sent like 8 or 9 cuts. He's got some on the draft. I just pick what we play because, Paul, I think you know what I know. I can't play that whole thing.
Okay, so the reason I asked that question is when he said he was going to use 9 and 17, you have to listen to the 30 seconds before that, because he explained that you don't ever go into a draft not thinking that you're going to use your picks. He says things happen leading up to and the day of the draft.
Yes.
As the draft unfolds.
We can play that, Paul.
Point,
we can play it. I take the 30,000 feet approach when we're doing the topic. We can play it. And I said as much, by the way, but your call may have been getting screened while it happened, which means you weren't hearing what I was saying. That's not your fault. That's okay.
Yeah, there was some context to him saying, sure. As of today, I plan on using those picks.
Work within the constraints of what we heard. Everything you heard there. Do you still feel the way we felt a couple months ago? This has to be a big summer. Start there.
I do.
Okay.
I do.
So then I guess when you hear a caller like our last caller, like what is it with this fan base, Paul, where there's just this endless runway?
Okay, here's the thing. Forget the runway part. I think the two things that he said about the depth of this year's draft and this year's free agency class is it's a factual statement, whether we like the whole, his whole opinion. Those were factual statements. I will say this. To me, I think it is definitely too early to be judging Eiserman at this point. I mean, his first 2 NFL or NHL picks, Sider and Raymond, have both come up and both been successful.
Yes.
None of the other guys have been in position to come up yet because it's been too soon.
All right, but Paul, hold on. Work with me. Paul, hold on. One thing you said that I can't do. I always laugh because in sports, we say a guy in his 5th year on the job, I can't even discuss it, can't make judgments. And then it's like, Paul, I'm not asking you to tell me what you do for a living. It's clear what I do. I mean, give me a break. You're judged 5 months. You're judged 5 minutes into what you do. I have a hard time with that. I mean, Paul, you got to meet me in the middle now. Clearly, there's nobody I'd rather. Hold on. And I'll give you all the time you want. Paulie, there's no one I'd rather have running this thing than him. But we have to be able to talk about it and go, okay, if he doesn't deliver on what we've discussed, there has to be another side to it. That's all I'm saying.
And I agree with that. It's when you took it to this next part where you said, I'm out.
Nah, I said if he meant what he said, I would be out. That's all. But I don't think he means everything he says. I'm scared.
I agree with
but
you.
I don't think he means everything he says. But if we're sitting here in a week, Paul, and they use 9 and they use 17 and they use all 3 second-round picks, I'm sorry. I can't do it.
Yeah. But I do think that, once again, it goes back to you don't judge Eiserman.
Kenny's scared.
They are defending Eiserman to the end right now.
And that's okay.
And David, it's just one of those, like, I understand, but yeah, a year or two, I give any coach, any GM leeway. You just got there. You got to figure it out.
Scott Harris.
Year 5, these are your players, okay? This is your team that you've built. All the people that you didn't want, you should have gotten rid of already. So
248-539-9797. Summer is here. Do you wish your way to a few less LBs? John Jansen did it with Ideal U, and whether you need to lose 10 pounds or 100 or anywhere in between, go to idealu.us right now. Don't wait. Go to idealu.us. Book your free consultation. You could be 15, 20, even 30 pounds lighter in as little as 30 days. Go to ideal.us now. Ideal U, local. Based right here in Metro Detroit, they've helped thousands of people just like you. 90% of Ideal U customers lose at least 20 pounds in 40 days. John Jansen, one of their biggest success stories. You hear him every morning. If you sign up right now, you get a $200 Visa gift card. Start your summer right. Lose weight, get that $200 Visa gift card as well. Lose 15, 20, even 30 pounds in 30 days. Go to idealu.us. John did it, so can you. Idealu.us.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. The Tigers have a second straight series win in their sights as they take on the Royals tonight at Comerica Park. Detroit will start Michael Lorenzen. He's looking for a bounce back over his last 2 starts. He's given up a combined 12 earned runs. Daniel Lynch will take the mound for the Rays.
You're
the Royals.
a pro, you know
what?
that?
Me?
I had Karsh cursing at you, and you just go boom right through it.
You know what? I block out all the hate.
You're a pro.
Michael Lorenzen, he's going to need to be a pro tonight. Like I said, 12 earned runs over his last couple starts. The Tigers have won 4 of their last 5 and come in tonight just
from all those flannel shirts. He's focused.
Hey, the polo feels great today, Rico. I feel free. And you can listen to the pregame, that Tigers game right here, 6:15 on 97.1. The NHL draft also in just about a week. Steve Eiserman spoke to the media today about the team's goals this offseason. He says the Wings, they still have a lot of work to do to build that playoff core. Eiserman says the Wings do anticipate holding on to both the number 9 and number 17 picks. I'm Luke Sloan, more at 4 o'clock or at 97ontheticket.com.
All right, Rico, your mic was on the whole break, just letting you know. All right, let's go.
Oh, no, I was talking to him.
I know, you didn't curse or anything because you're a godly man. I'm just like, wow, he really is confident. All right, hey, one quick note before we get to the people.
Pounding over there?
I
got you.
It's amazing to me.
It.
People going, guys, we can't even begin to judge Steve Eiserman. It's year 5. Boy, howdy, it's weird. The same people who won't let you judge Eiserman are judging Mel Tucker 10 minutes into his gig. Oops.
But that's different. Mel Tucker didn't bring Stanley Cups to Detroit.
That's great. I'm making a point to you.
No.
It's year
I
5.
understand.
I want to have a big offseason. Here's point number 2. And I really feel like the hockey experts might be the ones who understand it the least. Yep, I'm saying it. You can attack me. The best players never get to free agency. They simply don't. Which means you must trade for them. Okay? Mm-hmm. These perfect players, it's like people in the NFL. Perfect players don't hit free agency. You have to trade for them. Yeah. So please stop with, well, the free agency class is deep. That's why I want to take one of the zillion picks, or 17 of them, and go get players.
Right.
You can supplement your rebuild. No one's saying go all in and have a no draft capital for a decade. But it is year 5, and I'm sorry. I refuse to believe his comments, and I trust he knows it's time in this rebuild to step forward.
But the no perfect player, that goes for every sport. But fans, no, I don't want this guy because he had a bad game. You remember that one game where he went an 0-4? You remember that one game where this happened? Yeah, that's every player. The star players aren't available, and you can't afford them if they were.
Right. So you must trade for them. Go to Pete, 97.1. What's up, Petey?
Hey, you know what? I don't hear the misinformation with him. He's actually scaring me, sounding like Mr. Magoo with the slippers and the pipe. I'm looking for something this year, something different, you know? Take those picks if it's a deep draft, Mike, and get, say, an Eichel and a Carrier or something like that. If this is such a deep draft and another player, I want some movement. I can't wait for 2040.
Well, no, I mean, Pete, that's the problem is, look, both things can be true. Like, if the draft is deep, that's great. It doesn't mean who you're taking at 9 and 17 is going to be here in the next 2-3 years.
That's exactly right.
And
yeah.
that doesn't help us unless, of course, you're just at the altar and you're like, Stevie gets 7 or 8 years. And to me, I'm not programmed that way.
I just can't wait for another year like this. I mean, what is it, another year of discontent? And then he's talking about the playoffs and, the playoffs, he skirts over that. I mean, have some drive, like with what you're saying and saying, like, I understand I'm a Stevie fan, but I'm not all in. I mean, this is 5 years, and I know everyone's the patient stuff, but you're paying for tickets. You're paying for the attention to watch these guys. And, I want some movement and some trades going on to make this team better. There's nobody, everybody is that same level on the team. I don't see any. If you look at the team, they're all on that same kind of carrier level.
I made the comment, Pete, and clearly, no one's going to mistake me for Don Cherry. I just they all have this. They have a big collection of middling players where they're good, they're okay, but no one is ever elevating to a first line presence. They're never going to be the guy who's on the power play, double shifts in key games. The guy you have to have on the ice. You have Seider, you got Raymond, maybe Larkin, depending, and it's really a bunch of just okay. Well, that's not good enough.
The guy that other hockey teams would covet and love to have.
And that's the point. And I mean, look, to Pete's point and to our point, you can go today. ESPN put out, I think it was 10 trades that would shake up the NHL. Wings are nowhere. Like Pete said it. I love how these super fans don't recognize the game, meaning you still have to pay with your time or your money to follow this team. So while you're giving away all that time and the endless runway, you're still paying, whether it's with your time, emotion, or money.
Yep.
I'm sorry, but this year they have to make the playoffs, or else I begin to question what we're doing. And understand, a week from today, we could be doing a show where we're holding Kenny in the air like the Virgin Mary and people are tacking dollars to him in The Godfather. Because maybe Eiserman pulled an unbelievable trade. But in the lead up to it, the comments have people wanting to talk, and that's all this is. I just feel like if Brad Holmes hadn't made the playoffs and it's year 5, is the heat on as Lions GM? Yes. Yep. If Scotty Harris hasn't made the play, Mel Tucker did not drop a deuce in his office and the heat was on. What are we doing?
And he actually went to a New Year's Six game.
Don't do it. Please don't do that.
What?
Win the Big Ten, or I don't want to hear it.
Okay, Mike, we're talking about achievements, okay? You're just angry and bitter. I'm talking to everybody else who has some common sense. Because you're the antithesis of super fan, you're super bitter. But he actually did something.
Yeah, there's only one place, I think, other than the Wings, where you have no pressure. Because it was Jim Harbaugh. After 5 years, there was no pressure on Jim Harbaugh.
I disagree. Rico and I were doing this show every day in case you spaced out. Maybe you were tripping balls with Aaron Rodgers.
I'm not talking about pressure from you two.
People wanted Harbaugh dead.
No. Around year 6?
5.
Yes.
Yeah, 2020.
Going into the year they beat Ohio State.
If they didn't cancel that game for COVID, he might have gotten popped because they would have gave up 70. David, people were done.
Right.
But that was 5 years.
In 2020, it was 50-50. But by that next year, it was, if he doesn't win, we want him gone.
And to his credit, he won.
Right.
So now you get the spoils. Christ, year 5, I got people yelling at me because I want players? Good work if you
want to win. Yeah.
Baseball season in full swing, no better place to get in on the action than FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. As Kenny Cott likes to say, we're in a pennant chase, people. New customers get a no-sweat first bet up to $1,000. That's $1,000 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win. Go to FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. I kind of feel like we should start a promo code pennant chase. I don't know. Kenny, no?
Too soon.
Okay. FanDuel, official betting partner of Major League Baseball. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. 21 and up. Present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 deposit required. Refund issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Restrictions apply. See full terms. FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117. All right, we'll get to the NBA wraparound later. Conversation's excellent. People want to talk about it. What I'd like to do is just briefly reset the audio. Eiserman spoke today. And again, it is largely misinformation season a week before the draft. But what he said, if he's actually telling the truth, I'd be out. Because largely it was, I'm paraphrasing, David will line up the audio. We're nowhere close. We're not in Stanley Cup mode. We're not good enough. I envision I'll probably be using my picks. Although day of the draft, things change. The point is, it's year 5. Obviously, who the hell am I in the grand scheme of things? I'm just giving you my take. I'm done. Like, I want to win. It's time to win. And I'm not saying Stanley Cup. Hell, I'm not even saying, like, I care what seed they are. You got to make playoffs. You got to acquire a first-line player. Like, and take it from somebody who has been victimized by Danny Ainge and the hoarding of draft picks. It's largely a road to nowhere. Oh, yeah, Celtics are good. And what have we won? Because the problem with the Celtics, all those years Danny hoarded those picks. Well, I'm still waiting for the alpha dog. Because in Game 7, Jason Tatum was homeless. Jaylen Brown was a nobody.
Okay, I'm not a Celtics fan.
I've heard that. But you are.
That's it. That's it. That's it.
Play that with the other drop.
No, Kenny. That's what upsets Powers. No, Kenneth. No.
I forgot what I was saying. Oh, he was hurt in Game 7.
Oh, shut up.
He rolled his ankle.
Where?
Sorry.
Let me see a hockey player say that.
Different sport.
Yeah, different heartbeat.
Yeah, Kachuk had a broken sternum. He played Game 4.
Right.
Jesus.
Nick Lidstrom's nuts exploded. He finished the game.
You know.
Chris Pronger died on the ice by the glow puck. Jason Tatum. What?
Rolled his ankle. It's a different sport.
Get out. Get out. Tatum and Ayton see the same cardiologist.
No, that's different. That's slander.
No heart.
No. Have you ever just watched him play?
Yes.
He doesn't do anything. He literally stands on the court and counts his money.
Yeah, Tatum in a closeout. I am going to a caller. I am so excited. Hold on. I have to go to this caller because I have never wanted a caller to be right more in the history of this show than Brendan right now. Brendan, sell me.
Yes.
Sell me this pen.
Mike, what is he supposed to say? That the picks are available? I mean, he knows it just like everybody else that we need a playmaker. And playmakers are not falling off the tree. I bet that he and like 31 other GMs are on the phone trying to make a deal and try to get a playmaker. This team hasn't had a draft pick in the top 3 since 1990. So what do you expect him to say or do?
Well, the do part I've made clear. The say part, I'm with you. It's misinformation season. What we're talking about is, and you don't believe anything he said, great. My question is, what if he was telling the truth? What if a week from today, Brendan, he's not able to get it done, and they do pick at 9, and they do pick at 17? Are you okay with that?
Yes, I am. I mean, honestly, the thing is that you have to have value in order to trade for value. So I'm sure that he wants to get a playmaker on this team, and if it's available at the picks, that he's going to trade. He's going to make the picks. It's just going to happen that way. You know, there's so many players right now that are available. They're on the block. I'm sure he's on the phone right now.
So you agree? Hold on. But you're saying two different things. Wait a minute. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. You're saying you're okay if he doesn't do it, and in your next breath, you're telling me there's so many guys available. Well, then, Brendan, we got to go get some of those people because free agency is largely a road to nowhere. That's all I'm asking.
There's 31 other teams that are on the phone as well. So
and who's got a larger?
We have one of the top 5 farm systems in the league.
And who's got a larger treasure trove of prospects and picks than Stevie Y of the 31 other teams?
We do. But we also have to convince the other GMs
that
have these players on the block.
That's who this man is, though. He's the master of disaster. Brendan, I'm saying I have the utmost confidence in this man, which is why I wouldn't accept if he doesn't get it done.
You were writing him off. I felt like you were writing him off.
Oh, stop.
You're waiting about 5 years. This team hasn't had a top 3 draft pick since 1990. What is he supposed to do? He did great with Raymond. He did great with Sider. He's made some moves in free agency that's complemented this team. You're right. They don't have a playmaker. And him and like 31 other teams are trying to find that playmaker as well. If you look at all the teams that have won Stanley Cups, what have they done? They've drafted in the top 2, top 3. Or like Vegas, they got that expansive draft that helped them. The Red Wings have not been in that position since 1990. It's hard to go get a playmaker in this league, just like how every other league as well.
Yeah, but Brendan, the problem is it's hard for everybody. You're right. They haven't had the number 1 pick. They didn't get this stroke of luck like Chicago did. Fine. But Brendan, we're 5 years in. Like, you're telling me we're going to open the season this year, and your expectation is not playoffs? Like, you think it's okay to be 6 years deep? Like, what are we doing wrong here?
No, it's frustrating for everybody. But the thing is that I'm realistic when it comes to this. You know, when you know that, you know, you haven't had the draft be on your side on the lottery draft, and when you're in free agency, you have other players that would much rather double down for their salary and win a Stanley Cup.
I'm not arguing about free agency.
Absolutely not.
Brendan, I'm not arguing about free agency, and I just said as much.
It's the same thing with trades. It's the same thing with trades. Why do you think teams are going to give up a playmaker for nothing? Absolutely not.
I didn't say, but I don't need him to give up for nothing. Brendan, hold on. Brendan, stop. Brendan, stop. Because here, hold on. Now, I'm fine with you until you did the last thing. Because this is what I run into with Piston fans sometimes. It drives me nuts. That's a straw man. Don't do that. No one has said, go get awesome player for nothing, Brendan. But see, I don't live in a world where I want to hoard all this stuff. You're setting up a straw man. I don't care if DeBrincat costs something. I don't care if player X costs something.
Go pay the price.
Right, I'm not saying you do something that is utterly prohibitive.
No, but you're not saying, oh, we're just going to give you this and give us back everything.
I am just amazed that now, here's the best part. So now if I don't get a top 3 pick and I'm in year 5 and I haven't made the playoffs yet, I'm wrong and I have to be sympathetic to the GM.
Because because the NHL hates the Wings.
In one sense, Brendan goes, we have a top 5 farm system. And I said you have a treasure trove of picks. So to 31 other teams, here's how I view it. And you guys can think I'm stupid, but regardless of sport, if I have a guy like Steve Eiserman, I believe at minimum he's one of the 5 best GMs in the sport, right? So I got 25 other dopes in this league, right? Of the 25 guys, 12 of those guys are dumbasses. Find the dumbass, make a trade. Right. You know what I've just described to you? The National Basketball Association, the NFL, MLB. In all of sports, there is a median of dumbassery. And half of the GMs are dumber than that. Steve's job, it's like poker. Go to the table, and if you haven't found the sucker in 20 minutes, newsflash, you are the sucker. Like, what are we doing? I get it, all right? I'm not hosting Hockey Night in Canada anytime soon. But for Christ's sakes, people. I mean, Kenny, you've gone silent here, and I'm battling your people.
Some of these people, I cannot defend. They are not my people. But you said that he's trying to play poker here. What you saw just now was his poker face. That's my opinion.
I'm saying
David's losing his mind over that.
I'm talking about Brendan.
What? What's the problem, David?
No, you leave David alone and talk to me. I'm talking about Brendan. What? How is a guy going to call up? And Brendan's sounds very knowledgeable.
Sure.
You can't say you got a top 5 farm system and talk about your war chest of picks and then not say that it's incumbent upon the GM to get it done in trade.
You have to get a star. The best way to get a star, if you can't draft one, the lottery wasn't kind to us. No worries. Right, exactly.
Because
I'm not crying about it. But you have all these assets. You have all this draft capital. You can use that to trade.
If you raise the bar on Eiserman and he does not live up to that standard, then you painted yourself in a corner where you have to say bad things about him.
So what?
But that's
He's
where
still one of the all-time greats, and he's a
That's
legend
where-
in this town. And if it works, great. If it doesn't, great. Who cares? One has nothing to do with
If
the
it
other.
doesn't work out, I will be the first. If they don't make the playoffs, if they don't make a big splash, I'll be one of the first people to say that was a bad job.
Just wait till 2025.
No.
But
We're
this
not
is where a
kicking
lot
the
of people
can down
get-
the road here.
That's where a lot of people get angry, because if you raise the bar and he does nothing, then what are you going to do?
$97.1.
All right, are you seeing ads oddly all throughout your timelines and on wherever you go because you made a search like 2 months ago and they keep popping up? Well, it's probably because you do not have DuckDuckGo. Go ahead, David. Oh, I thought you were going to do it. Okay.
Man, you're shook.
Well, yeah, I wonder why. DuckDuckGo is something you can add to your Android, iOS, or Windows, or Mac. Simply download the app free in the App Store or visit DuckDuckGo.com.
Brought to you by Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Southfield. The Tigers are looking for a series win against the Royals tonight at Comerica Park. Detroit sends Michael Lorenzen to the mound, and he's looking for a bounce back pretty desperately. He's given up a combined 12 earned runs over his last 2 starts. Daniel Lynch, who's got an ERA approaching 6, he gets the ball for the Royals. Matt Vierling, he will miss a 3rd straight game with back soreness for Detroit. The Tigers have won 4 of their last 5 and enter tonight just 4 games behind first place Minnesota. First pitch at 6:40. The pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1. The NHL draft is just over a week away, and Red Wings GM Steve Eiserman spoke to the media today about the direction of the team headed into the offseason. He says this core is not even close to being Stanley Cup caliber. Eiserman says the Wings do anticipate holding on to those number 9 and number 17 picks, allegedly. The draft is a week from tomorrow in Nashville, and the Lions, they'll unveil new alternate helmets tomorrow. They teased the release on Twitter yesterday. Those new alternate helmets will just scratch the surface of changes to their game day attire, Mike. The team working on a full uniform overhaul for 2024. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97 on the Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You know, every day I make an effort to learn something. Try to. And today what I've learned is, earlier I was mistaken. Maybe Steve Eiserman is Christ. Because I'll tell you, some of you guys are worshiping at his altar. Look.
You do whatever you can so that you do not have to criticize him. So if that means, no. This is where a lot of people are coming from. Well, he didn't get a top 3 picks. So that's why. He doesn't have this. You got to give him more time. Because in year 5, but you're right.
It's year 5.
In any other sport, in any job, 5 years in, what do you have to show for?
Try 5 months.
I understand.
So the point I make is, when he gets up at the podium, and I hope Kenny's right. I hope he's playing 4D chess. I hope he's lying through his teeth. If we're sitting here in a week, and they use pick 9 and pick 17 and all 7,000 of their second-round picks, and they don't acquire anybody, they don't make a bold move, let's pretend tickets are still a thing and they don't get a season ticket player. What the hell are we even doing? And I mean, the man went up there openly and said he doesn't feel any pressure. I could play the audio for you. Well, you know what? Here's what I'd prefer he say. You don't want to talk about the draft picks. You don't want to talk about what you do really think. Fine. You know what I would like you to say? Hell yeah, I feel the pressure. I feel pressure because I want to win for this city. I know we haven't gotten it done as fast as we should. And you know what? It is time. Now, you say that, I got your back. But when he goes up there and he turns into a drop on my fun box over here, oh, not really. He sounded like Paul Sarah.
No, that's what I said.
Not really.
He doesn't feel any pressure. He knew, you know what, if I can go out there and do whatever it is I want to do, and it's fine. But when you're Eiserman, the reason why he's not feeling pressure, are you listening to the phone calls? That's why you're not feeling pressure.
Now, let's be fair.
No,
it's
not all,
two-thirds. 2/3 are cult members. 1/3 are like, hey, I'm getting a little tired.
Right. But the balance of power has not shifted to 51-49. So therefore, you guys still have complete faith in me. Just be a little patient. I'll make it work.
No? Oh, damn. I mean, really. I love the one we got of Paul where I go, Paul, what do you got for me? No, sorry.
I got nothing, Mike.
I mean, that's what it sounded like. How can you not feel pressure 5 years in? And I don't want to hear about, what if he does, but he's not going to tell us. Do me a favor. Don't get up and talk. Do what Troy Weaver does. Go hide the rest of the year. Seriously.
He does a good job.
All right, a Weaver comments. We're lucky Stevie Y said what he said, and the people have been great talking about it. I didn't like Weaver's comments at all. This smartest guy in the room routine, that's getting a little old.
I was about to say which comment, because something I read was like
he made the comment about the CBA and it creates vulnerable teams that we can take advantage of. Newsflash, dude.
Oh, because I read something where he's talking about he's trying to hit the home run and he doesn't want to go for singles and bunts and things like that. He wants a shot at hitting that home run while he still has a time to do it. And I was like, wow, so this means you're going to go all in draft night?
I can't wait. And do what? Draft Amen Thompson? Please. All right, David, ticket text if you'd be so kind because we're way
Or
behind
Azure.
on it. Who?
Or Azure, his brother.
Buddy, you told me at one point you put those two together, you might get a functional player. That's not exactly a great sales pitch.
I'm just glad you listened to me.
I do. Hatchet, what do you got?
Don't worry, the Wings are getting Alex DeBrincat here. That is from Mike. Entering his 5th draft with Detroit, Eiserman has a total of 2 NHL starters. Sider and Raymond, he either has to start playing these prospects now or start trading to acquire better assets. Chris Tecumseh.
And what we're asking for is the latter. This idea that if you make a trade, you're all in, wrong. That if you make a trade, it has to be a freebie, wrong. Like, you guys go to extremes, and it's all I'm asking for is for this team to take a major step forward. They need frontline talent. And I am not going to sit here and do year 6, year 7. Stop. I could find somebody off the street they could rebuild this in 7 years. Steve Eiserman was a signature hire, a home run hire. I'm treating him the same way we treated Harbaugh. 3, 4, 5 years in and you're 0 against Ohio State, you talk about it. Now, no one's using the F word with this guy. But for Christ's sakes, if we can't sit here and go, hey, a week out from the draft, we better see fireworks, then I don't know what we're doing. I really don't.
Yeah, but you got to remember, a lot of people don't see Stevie Y in his new job. They still see number 19 and him circling around with the cup.
They're weak then. They're weak.
No,
he isn't number 19 right now. He's wearing a suit and tie.
But they don't
Make a
see
move.
that. They don't see that. They still see the guy who brought the cup here, the captain.
Let's go to Aaron, 97.1. Aaron, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. How you
Good
doing?
afternoon. How are you, Aaron?
Good, thank you. I'm a reasonable Wings fan. So let me start by first saying you're right. Couple things, in my view. I look at Vegas, and you had a caller a few calls ago that said the expansion draft. You got to call the expansion draft for what it is. They're unprotected, unwanted players. So Vegas starts 6 years ago with this kind of outcast mentality. They go out, they trade for Eichel. They had first-round picks from other teams. That's how they built it. You know, I understand Eiserman inherits the absolute dumpster fire that was left for him. No prospects, salary cap, hell, fine. Now he's got $30 million sitting. He's got 2 first-round picks, 3 second-round picks. If we don't think he's going to make a move, we're smoking a bad batch, because there's teams out there today that are in the same position as the Wings were a decade ago, and the salary cap hell. He will get a premium player on pennies on the dollars with a couple of these second-round picks. I have confidence in him. Today's briefer was just his poker face. It was nothing more than that.
And I want you to be right more than you know. But Aaron, like, what I laugh at is people get bent out of shape that were, wait for it, talking about it. I mean, Aaron, what are we doing?
You're questioning.
And all the pissing and moaning about the whole not picking first. Okay, let's get over that. We're never going to have another draft like 1989 where they picked up Fedorov, Konstantinov, and Lindstrom. That ship has sailed. So now other teams are in on what they're doing out in the Swedish league and stuff. We get that. Eiserman knows what he's doing, and I got confidence in him. I'll give him a mulligan, Mike, for the first 2, even 3 years to dig out from the mess that was left from him. Now he's clear and free of bad salary caps. I read an article today where they're saying 5 or 6 RFAs aren't coming back. That's another cumulative $5-6 million in the war chest. He's going to spend it.
And Aaron, the way I look at it is this, and I agree with you totally. The mess he had to dig out of it buys you a couple of years, right? Aaron, you got the money, you got the picks, you got the prospects. You got
you got to move.
You're loaded for bear. If you don't turn that into something, I question what the hell we're even doing. That's all.
Right.
So show me. I hope a week from today we're throwing a party.
But we're not going with the just be patient. It's going to happen.
I get so sick and tired. You know what? Honestly, what do they used to say on the license plates? Great Lakes, great times. That's what we ought to do. Welcome to Michigan. Just be patient. Michigan, Great Lakes State. Wait till next year's class.
I was about to say, just wait till next year.
Honestly.
Then they'll spend the draft capital.
Every fan base in this town. That's what these teams have beaten people into submission.
Yeah, because here's the thing. Because if you don't, if you go, I need some results, you'll be depressed. Because you would have spent 10 years out there just angry because no team has done anything. It's why everybody has gravitated to what the Lions did last year.
Well, they're winning.
It was like, and look at you. You've already elevated them. Why? Because they showed a pulse.
Oh, because I believe they're the best team in the NFC North and we're hosting a playoff game. And you're not invited. I've said it. You have to earn your way back. You're done.
That's okay.
You're out.
I'll be in Santa Clara.
I swear to God, I have never rooted for a team to suffer devastating injuries more than the Niners because of this man. 97-1.
That's just not fair. You know what? Mike Valenti judges me. But Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone. You can work out in a non-intimidating, judgment-free environment. No. They got tons of equipment, treadmills, free weights, elliptical, whatever it is you're looking for. And if you say you don't have time, they got a full 30-minute body workout, all memberships. Look, it only costs you $10 a month. That's it. If you want perks, well, you can upgrade to the Black Card. With the Black Card, you get hydro massage chairs, total body enhancements, and you can go to any of the Planet Fitnesses throughout the country. It's very simple, guys. Go to any Planet Fitness and say, I want to sign up, and they will take you. Either $10 a month, or if you want the Black Card, it's $1 down, $24.99 a month. Or you can go online, www.planetfitness.com. And also, if you want, they're hiring. You can make your workout place the place that you work as well. So, like I said, www.planetfitness.com.
Well, that was weird. I was talking to David, and then mid-sentence he tells me I have to tell you about David Femininio. Fantastic. Listen, we've told you before, you get David, you get paid. And look, we want to tell you, you get David Femininio, you get elite communication. You get the best legal team in the state. And when you get David, you pay nothing until he wins your case. It's just that simple. If you're injured or know someone who is, call 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH. Or go to getdavidgetpaid.com. Just a word to the wise. I know Rico's going to have a new 5-star zone for everybody. I heard Evan editing the Stoney pod, the Pistons thing. I don't know the name. Pardon me. I saw John and TJ yesterday, which means they did the Big People pod.
Restore the Floor would be the Pistons one.
Whatever it is.
Necessary Roughness.
They're all free. They're all available. And Cash the Ticket with Cookies and myself returns in August because, well, we deserve a break. So, David, some ticket texts. We'll get the NFL in the mix, and I want to knock out the last of these Red Wing calls because it's been a very good conversation, but I think we should do a lot more stuff than just that. David, go ahead.
Detroit fans have always overvalued their picks and players. The only one who ever had the balls to make trades was Dombrowski, and he was mostly right.
Truth.
It's time for Eiserman to make his own luck. Stop waiting on a top pick like the fan wants and make a deal.
Oh, by the way, I love that as the new bar. If you don't get to pick number one, your rebuild, you just sit there and wait.
Well, at least a top 3. But other than
whatever. Yeah. It's year 5. Let's make some trades. Let's have a good summer. Let's get this team to the playoffs next year. That's not some crazy ask. I mean, how long have the Golden Knights been around? 6 years? Mm-hmm. Oh, we're heading into year 5.
Says, let's be fair, people. All the big Wings trades in the past, nobody saw coming. They were all surprises. I know different regime, but
that's what we want, though. David, that's why we brought it up today. We want it. We want to be preemptive about it, proactive. We want to talk about it, and then if it happens, we're all having a party. But if it doesn't, you can refer back to the conversations we had today.
Eiserman has made the right moves this far to get him to this place. He has cap space. Now it is time to spend properly. It's time. You are right.
That's it. It's time. That would be the T-shirt we would print up. Red Wings 2023-24. It's time.
Not welcome to Detroit. We'll see you next year.
Yeah, no. Just be patient. Let's go to Ed, 97.1. What's up, Eddie?
Hey, Mike, I'm with you. I said last year that if Eiserman doesn't do something, he needs to be on the hot seat. And I don't care about number 19. I don't care about anything. I don't care about the situation he came into. Right now, to put it to a baseball analogy, all he's drafting is singles and doubles, and we need some triples and home runs.
No, I mean, listen, I think we can meet in the middle. I think hot seat's a bit much. I think it's just having an honest discourse about it. That 5 years in, right, if we don't have a bold off season this year, Kenny, stop me if I'm wrong, it's going to be hard for them to be 15 points better. And if you're not 15 points better, you're not a legit playoff team. At that point, I would really start to question what it is we're doing here.
Well, let's be fair. I don't think that he'll ever be on the hot seat here. Not in this city.
Well, Rico, here's my problem with that statement is, okay, you have all these guys in the minor leagues. Now you're going to sit and wait for him to develop them. If he had a developmental program, they'd be in the NHL. So now we're going to sit and wait for him. How long are we going to sit and wait for him to develop these players now?
Well, Eddie, some of your fellow Detroiters until they're in the grave. That's when. Some of these people are willing to wait until hell freezes over.
I don't care about the name on the jersey. I care about the name on the GM's desk. And that's not the same guy who number 19.
I agree totally. It's two different jobs. Yeah. 2 different jobs. Agree totally. It's the same thing when a former athlete becomes a coach. Mm-hmm. What you did for me is on the left. We're very happy. What you're doing is on the right. It has nothing to do with the other.
Right. But it's very difficult for a lot of fans to separate and not see former athletes.
I'm just saying factually with 2 first-round picks, 3 second-round picks, another 2 next year, you cannot just draft through this. It's time. You got the cap space, you got the prospects, you got the war chest. Show me.
Make the splash.
And honestly, it doesn't have to be one player. Instead of one A-plus player where you probably got to pay through the nose, go get me 2 B-pluses.
I was about to say, yeah.
But bottom line, you got to get some first-line guys here.
And that's the thing. But or you just keep waiting and be patient.
Yeah, exactly.
Development because
welcome to Michigan. Great Lakes, great times, except for sports. Let's go to Joey, 97.1. What's up, Joey?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, man.
They got too many draft picks, and I get rid of Larkin, man. I say put him up on the board with the draft picks and go see what you get. I don't want to see him draft anything and wait another 5-6 years for development. We're sick of waiting. Use the stuff we have and go get it. I say next year playoffs, year after that, year 2, we better be pushing conference. Otherwise, it's a waste. It's got to be done.
I mean, that's where I'm at.
Yeah.
The fun part is we get to see in a week. A lot of this, it's the same thing with the Pistons. Like, none of us want them to use the pick at 5 tomorrow, but I think we're resigned to it. And what have we done? We've had the conversation. I don't think any of us are gonna be celebrating Thursday night if they take Jarace Walker, and I like Jarace Walker, but I mean, what are we doing? Team hasn't won more than 23 games in 3 years. They haven't won a playoff series in 15. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because you don't see Walker or any pick from number 5 pick getting you to that getting you to the play-in games.
No, and that's where we need, the equivalent of a first-line player in the NHL would be an NBA starter, above-average guy, good player, not all NBA, but a good player, played 30 minutes a night. Well, that is not going to be Bob Thompson, Pete Thompson, Jesus Thompson, or whatever they did to Thompson.
Amen.
Whatever. It's not that. I mean, Jarace Walker playing at Houston. Great. Lengthy. Block shots. Athlete. Rim runner. What? You're going to play him next to Jalen Duren? Neither of them can shoot.
Maybe you go out and get one of the Thompson twins and play defense.
Okay.
No, but
we're done here.
No, but this is where you are right now. No one in this draft is going to help you get to the play-in
That's
game.
why I don't want to use the pick.
But you're kind of stuck because
okay.
you know what? Here's the problem. It's not Troy's fault because he was stuck with the number 5 pick.
Oh, you're right. He didn't get Wembanyama.
He got number 1 pick. This is a non-issue. Number 1 or 2.
539-9797. You want to get a little football in the mix?
Let's do that.
Do it next. Guys, summer is here, and everyone's doing their road trips going up north. Moran Buick GMC will make sure you are all set. They'll get you into a 23 Acadia, so you've got flexible third-row seating, making room for everyone and everything. Moran Buick also has the best service department around, moranexpress.com. It's fast, easy. You schedule that appointment, you get the free loaner vehicle, you're ready to roll. You go on living your life. Scheduling fast and easy at moranexpress.com. Stop in where you always get the best price period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at moranexpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, let's get a little football in the mix as we continue to roll along on a gorgeous Tuesday afternoon. David, let's peruse, shall we? And I'd like to begin today's proceedings. I saw something. It involves the Lions, and we just need to go around the room with it because I think this number is low. The Lions over-under in Vegas is 9.5. I'm absolutely saying they win at least 10 games this year. There's not a doubt. They are winning this division. 10-7 is not that high a bar to clear, especially in this rat trap division.
Brought to you by CGC Water
Am I
Treatment. We're just over a week away from the NHL draft, and Red Wings GM Steve Eiserman caught up with the media today about the team's plans entering the offseason.
I'm just going to put it on the glass board right there during the break. Yeah, I'm absolutely on board with the over.
I couldn't believe I saw 9.5.
10 is my baseline.
Perfect. David?
Yeah, over 10. Yep.
Doesn't it seem easy?
It does to me, but which means we may be wrong.
And that leads us to Poopy McPooperson. Go ahead, Rico.
Yeah, I'm going to take the under.
Oh, come on.
No,
Eiserman
honestly,
says the Wings
I
anticipate
think
holding on
that's
to both
the
the number
perfect
9
number
and
of
number 17
9.5
picks. The draft a week
I
from
think
tomorrow
they'll
in
win 9
Nashville.
games.
The Tigers, they also aim for a series win over the Royals tonight at Comerica Park. Michael Lorenzen does get the start for Detroit. No Matt Vierling, though, he's out for a third straight game with back soreness. First pitch at 6:40. The pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1.
The Lions,
I'm Luke Sloan,
we're playing
5 o'clock or
Lions.
97ontheticket.com.
Hey, guys, we better get ready because we don't want the Lions to come in here and beat us.
Well, then let me ask you this question then, because I'm not saying the Jags and the Lions are the same, because the Jags made the playoffs last year, but they're also at 9.5. Do you not think that people are going to say the same thing about the Jags?
I would say the same number for the Jags.
So under as
I
well.
don't believe in the Jags like this man does. But yeah, I think around 9 games is where it's at because the NFL, rarely does it go the way that you think that, oh, this team is just going to run away, because when everybody plays the win-loss game, every fan base has their team at 10 wins. Doesn't happen that way. I think 9, they're in a bad division. I think 9 can win them the division, but
all right. Yeah. Had to ask. David, go ahead with your regularly scheduled programming.
Yeah, so there is a report out here that Aaron Rodgers was almost a Patriot. Well, I guess if you want to believe that or not, it says the New England Patriots made an offer to the Green Bay Packers to get Aaron Rodgers, and when Aaron Rodgers heard it, his agent said, no, we ain't playing for New England. We want to be a Jet.
I mean, I have no issue if you want to believe that New England made an offer, but you think Aaron Rodgers wants to deal with the construct of that organization?
Well, he couldn't do his shenanigans in New England because Belichick would just put a bullet in that real fast. Like, Aaron, no, not how I do things.
Yeah, that would be the worst fit.
Probably, yeah.
What also may be a worse fit is seeing J.J. Watt on TV. There's an offer for him on TV, according to the New York Post, Andrew Marchand, saying there's an offer from CBS, NBC, and NFL Network, and CBS is viewed as the favorite if he chooses to go towards TV.
Yeah. These networks continue to burn money. I mean, look, Andrew Marchand is one of the best media writers in the country. It's got to be true. And J.J. Watt is a nothing burger to me. I can't believe the money they throw out for athletes who largely can't complete sentences. You think J.J. Watt is interesting on a pregame or a in-game broadcast? He's a nothing. I'm sorry. These networks just waste money.
It's like you're a former athlete. You must be good in telling this. Because basically, I think they're hiring people to tell stories of what happened in the locker room and in the huddle. And it's like, or maybe you can go out and find somebody who did not play, but actually is qualified and can be entertaining. But yeah, every athlete now is just, when you look at it's
unbelievable.
It's one guy who didn't play surrounded by a bunch of guys who did play. And all the jokes and stuff get old really fast.
It really does. So let's go through some training camp things here, mini camp, fact or fiction going into training camp in July. So first one, Colts will name Anthony Richardson the Week 1 starter.
Oh, Jesus.
I mean, there's a lot of buzz with him saying how great he looks and he's ready.
Who's the backup? I apologize.
Oh, crap. Who is the backup? Is it Minshew?
I can't think of the backup.
Maybe it is Minshew.
Yeah, so I'll say no. Look, Minshew to start the year, he could start for some teams. He's a highly qualified guy. Richardson, to me, they need to be very careful early on. Now, I'm not telling you he's not going to play. He'll play. But week 1?
I'm going to say it's fact. I think they're just going to jump in and go all in and sell this crowd that this is the guy. Yeah, they're going to do that. I don't think he should, but I don't run the Colts.
I've heard that.
You're not Irsay, huh?
Weird.
The next one here is Jimmy G will miss the first 4 weeks of the regular season.
I feel like he might miss the rest of forever. Like, I mean, he failed his physical. They could get out of that deal in a heartbeat.
But how did you sign him without making him take a physical?
Because you're the Raiders. I mean, how did Mark Davis walk around with that haircut all these years? I mean, let's be honest about it.
I mean,
I'm just saying.
When you own the team and people are afraid you'll fire him. But no, David, I don't think he's going to play in the first quarter of the season. And he may miss a lot more time than that. That he got over. His agent got over on the Raiders.
Some organizations just continue to be bad. And just historically, they do stupid things. Let's move on to this one, Mike. You'll love this next one. Lamar Jackson will be back in the MVP conversation because he's getting more freedom in the offense.
Sure. But I don't value the MVP as a legitimate award. That's just fun time. You know what Lamar needs to show me? He can hold on to a lead in the fourth quarter. Go look at the last 2 seasons. You won't be able to win that argument with me. So he'll have tons of yards and fun. I don't care. It has nothing to do with me wanting him as my quarterback.
So the Ravens win 2 playoff games, and he plays well in both of those games.
Then it would be an MVP that is earned.
No, I'm saying at that point, has he swung you back over?
No.
What does he need to do to win over Mike?
Show that he's an actual NFL passing quarterback.
No, I'm saying
over the course of 2 years.
He gets to the AFC Championship game.
Yeah, that's fine. You know what? If Jared Goff over 24 games can't convince this brain-dead town that he's okay, then why the hell would I care what Lamar does in 1 year? Deuces, right here. I don't care.
I'm just saying.
I've watched him get worse every year since winning the MVP.
Right. I'm saying, was there a bar where you're like, you know what? If he does this.
Yeah, a couple good years. Oh, and by the way, don't quit on your team and don't miss a third of the season like you have the last 2 years. I got plenty of check marks. Okay. He won't pass any of them.
And then let's close it out going back to some over-under. Just a couple teams I want to focus on.
Yeah, sure.
Close it out.
It's the football version of Zion. Gotcha.
Not far off.
9.5 over-under for the Dallas Cowboys.
Under.
Okay.
I mean, look, I think Dak Prescott stinks. Full stop. I can't get the playoff game out of my mind.
I'm going to go over. I think that just because it's just Pollard's game, I think that's going to be enough.
What is that, your B team?
No.
Is that the other team you picked up after you dropped your hometown Lions?
No. I think just having Pollard, I think, is enough. That's going to propel them. They'll battle it out with Philly.
So I'll do these teams together, same division. They can't both go over, I don't think.
Okay.
Jets and Dolphins are at 9.5.
I'll take under on the Jets. Can't speak to Miami because of Tua.
Yeah.
He's healthy, it's one thing. If he's not, it's another. The Jets, I don't buy in. I don't. Aaron Rodgers has been a game manager his last couple of years in Green Bay. I will be shocked if he descends upon MetLife and he's thrown it 40 times a week. I can't do it.
But you know what? That's why I'm going to – you made the argument of why I will take the over for the Jets because the defense is good enough that if you could just manage the game, you can get some wins. You don't need Aaron Rodgers to go out there slinging the ball around.
No, it is fair. I just – in that
Miami, I love Tua.
But if he's I had no idea.
Yeah.
You got to be a maniac to bet on them.
And then I just don't understand this one. This will be the last one. 9.5 Cleveland Browns.
I understand it.
The return of Deshaun?
No, I understand it because you are banking on last year being the redshirt year for Deshaun Watson, that he comes back with a vengeance. They have an elite O-line. They have arguably a top 5 back. David, I'm not telling you it's going to happen, but is it going to surprise you at all if the Browns come out hammering the football, lots of play action passes? If Deshaun is 75% of what he used to be, they'll challenge the number. If he's what he was last year, which was a complete disaster, they will not.
Where are your Steelers?
8.5.
Steelers, I believe they are at 8.5. Let me just look. Yeah, 8.5.
Wouldn't mind the over.
Over.
Yeah, they're going to start the season off with a loss, so.
Yeah, they'll be 1-0 to start. So
0-1 to start the season.
I can't wait for Steelers-Niners, where I hate watch both teams.
Week 1 is going to be fun.
As Kenny said, Achilles everywhere. I hate both teams.
Don't do that. Please don't do that.
I know.
That is in football today.
All right. So listen, summer's here. I mean, it's just what it is, right? And you maybe want to be a few lbs lighter. Ideal U Health Center. You can be 15, 20, even 30 pounds lighter in 30 days. Go to idealu.us. Ideal U, John Jansen used it. It worked for him. And in fact, just like John, over 90% of Ideal U customers lose at least 20 pounds in 40 days. Again, John is one of their biggest success stories, but they've helped thousands of Metro Detroiters. Sign up now. Get a $200 Visa gift card. Start your summer right. Lose weight. Get the gift card. Lose 15, 20, even 30 pounds in 30 days. Go to idealu.us. That's idealu.us. All right, so a couple notes. If you're just leaving work, you're hopping in the car, you want more of the on-demand type deal, Odyssey.com Rewind. We open the show. As Kenny G. Cott put it to lead the show, we're in a pennant chase, people. I don't care if it's fake. I've given up. The Twins blow. This division sucks. Hell, you suck. But you know what? You're only 4 games out. And another gas can on the mound for Kansas City tonight. Why not be 3 games out? Why not be 2 games out by the time we talk to you?
Oh, dear.
And take the air tomorrow. So my point is, we open the show with that. That's available. And then the Steve Eiserman press conference. And the comments, it was a hot topic. Lots of good debate there. Odyssey.com Rewind. We'll get back into the mix with some of that stuff and maybe a little Troy Weaver. But can I just ask a question real quick? Yeah. And it's 5 minutes in a 4-hour show. Have you guys seen the story about this missing? It's not a submarine. It's I don't know what the difference is. A submarine or this thing that they sent down. It's a tourist thing.
I think it's
it's not a sub.
It's not a handmade sub.
No, it's not a sub. Submarine. It's this, whatever the name of the device is. It's kind of like the SpaceX or the Blue Horizon thing or whatever, where you could pay $250,000 and they bring you down to the Titanic at the bottom of the ocean. Well, the problem is this thing's now lost at sea. It's the most terrifying thing in the world. But here's my problem. In the reading about this, how could anyone in their right mind actually get on this thing? It's got one window, which is basically above the toilet. It's the size of like a mid-size rental. There's no tether. It sounds like there's no sonar device or emergency beacon. It can't get itself back up, and it's controlled by like a video game controller. Mm-hmm. And you showed me this piece that was done on 60 Minutes, and I'm going, you trusted these people with your life? Mm-hmm. This is the most terrifying thing in the world. So there's 5 people. One of them is a British billionaire, and he's an adventurer. Then there's one of the richest dudes from Pakistan and his son, and there's a couple crew members. This thing is now lost at sea. They got under 70 hours left of oxygen. How exactly do you find that? It's pitch black. And the Coast Guard is saying that even if we find it, we don't have equipment on site that could go 13,000 feet down.
Correct.
And then tow it, so to speak. Pardon me, I'm not a captain of a boat. And bring it back to surface. What is it with, this is my question. What is it with people, whether it's going to space or going to the Titanic at the bottom of the ocean? I'm good right here with my 2 feet on the ground. What exactly am I missing?
Well, that's just it, Mike. You want to push yourself. You want to
terrifying.
No. But you want to boundary. It's why people bungee jump. It's why people jump out of planes. It's why people do all types of things. It's thrill seeking. And you know what? Because your everyday life is just ordinary, you want to do something that makes you feel alive. And
I think my problem is this didn't feel safe from the video I watched. I looked at that and I went, nope.
Right. I was just like, wait a minute. The second he pulls out the video game, when he points to the thing and pretty much, I got this from Home Depot.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit the green button again, and you're like, wait, what? And then I mean it with zero. I mean, God, I can't even imagine these people in this thing. I mean, it's pitch black. Yeah, you got no way out. The sub, it's not a sub. It's another word for a sub. You can't open this thing from the inside. Not that you would, because you would immediately decompress and die. I'm making a point, like,
well, that's the other.
It's the most terrifying. It's horrifying.
Even if they find them, they've been down there so long, you have to slowly bring them back up. So let's say they find them with an hour left of oxygen. It's going to take longer than that to raise you up to the surface. Because,
I guess I just get really freaked out when you look at it, and it's not a money thing. Like, Jeff Bezos spent $500 million on a boat, right? I see crazy stuff all the time. I'm saying that, like, if you're empowering a company to build a boat or build a car or build a spaceship or build something to go see the Titanic 400 miles off the coast of Newfoundland, there has to be a trust element. What you showed me, I looked at it and I go, I wouldn't trust these people to bring me to school.
Well, I mean,
it just didn't even look real.
Well, it's the same, but people like thrill seeking. It's the same reason why I probably will never parasail in another country, because it literally is the four of us saying, hey, you want to go charge some tourists to parasail? We got a boat, right? And then go up. There's no, David, there is no restrictions. Anybody can do it.
Parasailing's fun.
Yeah, maybe. But you took your life in your hands because there's no set of standards. It's just somebody with a boat and a parachute and a rope. There it is.
Yeah, you're right. Mike, it is called a submersible.
Thank you. Not a submarine, a submersible. My brain wasn't working 3 hours into the show. Thank you, David. Listen, it's one of the biggest news stories out there, and it is horrifying. I don't even want to think about being trapped in that tin can. It was the idea of what Rico showed me, where it was almost like a carny, like a guy who operates like a traveling tilt-a-whirl.
Great analogy. Yeah.
And you're trusting that person to go to the bottom of the ocean. That's what that video felt like.
Mm-hmm. The same guy, he'll break it down and put it back up in a new town.
Right. Next week, they're in Tupelo.
And have a bag of extra screws. I don't know where these go.
Like if the U.S. Navy, or hell, if James Cameron, who went down himself and did, like if you wanted me to trust you, there's a way.
Right. Or
this was not it.
You told me, like, yeah, we're a bunch of ex-NASA guys and we figured this thing out. Okay.
Got a shot. And if you're that compelled, now see, the thing for me, not that anyone cares about my opinion, I don't get the curiosity. I don't.
Really?
No, man, the Titanic's been down there for 100 years. It ain't going nowhere. We've seen the pictures. It's
because
scary.
here's the thing. You have the money. You can say, I actually saw it. Where most people saw the movie. It's thrill seeking.
And to your point, Rico, yes, someone's saying they would need to be placed in a hyperbaric chamber quickly.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're gone.
No, I mean, David, I don't know how they find them.
You like can't. That. I mean, because it's dark, there's no light, and it's almost.
Plus, doesn't the current just take you hundreds of miles off course? Or even worse, I was reading today, they could be stuck. This was not me. This is an expert hypothesis. They could be stuck in the wreckage. So they're tangled onto the Titanic or in that debris field.
Which is just ironic. But honestly, I think you'd rather them just be lost, because the worst thing ever is you actually find them, because now you're helpless.
Well, and you can't, I don't know how they're going to.
Right. You can't do anything, but you know exactly where they are.
Like no one's answering the question when I've seen some coverage, and I've just primarily been reading about it, because it's like, wait, what's lost at sea? They're all saying we're just focused on locating it. And I'm like, okay, that's great. Is anyone just going to say what we're all thinking? There's no way to get these people, right? Or am I wrong? Because the Coast Guard went out and they're like, we don't even have I read this just now in one of the New York papers. We don't have the equipment on site capable of even going to those depths.
Because you want to believe that a miracle can happen.
I mean,
and then that's where people are at. Because the second somebody finally just comes out and officially says, guys, they're dead, then it's going to be, oh my goodness. So,
I mean,
it's now still a search and rescue.
Yeah, because they would need a large ship or barge that has that equipment to then come in that area and then set their equipment. It's they don't have enough time.
Right. You basically would need a second submersible to go down there and lift it and bring it back up. There's no submarine. I don't think the Navy's got one just to borrow.
We do a 4-hour show today, 4 hours and 10 minutes. 5 minutes on this because it's just fascinating and horrifying all at once. I apologize if you're bored out of your skull. It's just a story where
but it's the same people though, Mike, who want to fly into space. Because honestly, if I had the money, I would love to take that adventure. To fly into space, absolutely.
Learn something new about you every day.
Really? You're shocked that I want to go.
I am, because that's danger. I don't want any part of that. Let me go to Alex and Troy.
Is that a big shock to you, David, that I want to go into space?
Oh, you enjoy it, so I would get it. Yeah.
I'm going to Alex and Troy. Alex, go
Hey,
ahead.
guys. Yeah, so I work in automotive, and the thing about this sub is that it's made out of carbon fiber. And when you lose structural integrity of carbon fiber, you have total structural failure. My guess what happened is that as they were going down, this thing snapped, and they were gone within seconds. It's over.
Wait a minute. So, all right. So hold on. No, I didn't play that. Don't look at me. That's Roberto being an ass. Alex, I'm trying to understand. So you mean to tell me you don't think they ever got there? Like this thing went full bar.
They probably hit 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 feet down,
and then it just got crushed like a recyclable can.
Good God, awful.
It was quick.
Honestly, I
mean, the pressure of the water. Yeah, I can see that.
Well, yeah. So yeah, I don't know if you haven't been following it. Believe me, there's plenty of coverage. And if you don't care, well, good thing for you. We're moving on to other things. So everybody wins. All right, we good? I just had to bring it up. I couldn't believe what I was reading.
Well, I got to cancel your Christmas gift.
What, going to space? Yeah. No, I'm all set. 97.1.
Brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. The Tigers have a second straight series win in their sights as they take on the Royals tonight at Comerica Park. Detroit will start Michael Lorenz, and he's looking for a bounce back desperately over his last two starts. He's given up a combined 12 earned runs. Daniel Lynch will take the mound for the Royals. His ERA is approaching 6 this season. Also, Matt Vierling, he'll miss a third straight game with back soreness. The Tigers have won 4 of their last 5 and come into tonight just 4 games behind first place Minnesota. First pitch at 6:40. The pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1. The NHL draft is in just over a week, and Red Wings GM GM Steve Eiserman spoke to the media today about the team's goals this offseason. He says the Wings still have a lot of work to do to build that playoff core. Eiserman says the Wings do anticipate holding on to that number 9 and number 17 pick. Meantime, the NBA draft just over 2 days away. There's new odds for the Pistons at pick number 5. FanDuel says Houston's Jarvis Walker is the favorite plus 170. Villanova's Cam Whitmore, who most mock drafts have going to Detroit, as the second best odds, plus 195. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we're gonna move on because we got some Troy Weaver quotes. If you missed our Eiserman conversation, Odyssey.com rewind. And yes, Kenny G. caught. Who cares? Every team's under 500 in this division. We're in a pennant chase. We're gonna get some Tiger talk this hour. This is the last thing I will mention about this missing submersive thing near the Titanic. Remember I mentioned that video and I made the joke about a video game controller and like this didn't look safe from the promotional video. I said a buddy send me an article. And he's way more like learned in tech than I am. According to this piece, they used a Logitech wireless video game controller called the F710, which was a controller from 2010 that cost $30. You trusted your life to a $30 outdated piece of wireless tech? How on earth could you charge $250,000? That's what steers this thing? I'm just, I was
like
disbelief.
Yeah,
Disbelief.
That's something you pick up.
Doesn't make the situation any less horrible. I'm just making a point. When I said it didn't look safe, if what my buddy just sent me is true, that article, oh my God.
Dude, you picked that up at Micro Center. Yeah, that's
crazy. Now, David, let's get to the Troy Weaver stuff. That's all I've got to say about that. I'm not going to take up the hour. Wow. It's a fascinating and horrific story all at once. Steve Eiserman spoke. We covered it. Now, this week, we've got the NBA draft on Thursday night. I think all of us are, well, first of all, 90% of people don't care. But the 10% of us that want to at least acknowledge we have an NBA team, I think we're kind of resigned to fate almost. We're resigned to this team being in no rush, using the 5th pick in a terrible draft. Mm-hmm. And you saw an odd shift today. Jarvis Walker, player I'm familiar with from Houston. There are plenty of players I'm not. Signed the G League. Seems to be moving into being the favorite. Now, the problem with Jarvis Walker, can't shoot. I mean, he's an athlete. He's rangy. Hell, I watched a couple games this year. He had 7 or 8 blocks in the game. But you pair him up next to Jalen Duren, that's not how modern ball is played. So, whatever. Well, Troy Weaver made comments today. And while we don't have the audio, David does have the quotes. I thought we'd take one segment and at least rap about it for a minute and get people's thoughts. Because, look, there is no way I'm going to change how I am. I can't sit here and allow guys to be in endless rebuilds. Mm-hmm. And I understand Cade didn't play last year, but we've talked about it. This has got to be a bold summer for the Pistons. And, Rico, you've coined the phrase. Yours. Monty Williams can't be the biggest signing. And unfortunately, with the Cam Johnson news, where it sounds like one way or the other, he's going to go back to the Brooklyn Nets, and this team not being anywhere in realistic trade conversation, although there is a rumor today, I don't think people will like it. But I want to give you the Troy Weaver stuff. We'll talk through it. And then Yahoo reported an alleged offer that was made to you. And I don't know that Piston fans are going to like this. It doesn't involve a player. That's the biggest problem.
See, I think they will.
Okay, well, we'll get to it. David, go ahead.
Yeah, so before I read this one, this is about the CBA, how it impacts Detroit. Let me just kind of give a short background to the average fan that may not understand. The new CBA now has different penalties now for those that are in the tax penalties for teams that go over the salary cap. So there's one for one tax penalty tier, then there's a second tier. So there are teams that may actually try to get out of those penalties and trade some players. So Weaver on the new CBA and how it impacts Detroit, he says teams will really have to start looking at their roster comp and how it plays out with contracts. There could be vulnerable situations we could take advantage of. Then he also has a quote here regarding the value of 5. Says these top 5 to 7 picks are valuable because it's unpredictable after number 1. We feel good about the value of 5. There's been a lot of banter and talk about a lot of picks, and we feel good about being at 5 and the value there.
Well, and again, to Kenny's point with Eiserman, what the hell else is this guy going to say? The only time you see him is draft night. Mm-hmm. And what's he going to say? Yeah, we're effed. We wanted Wemby. No, I get that part, but don't sell. Listen, unlike the NHL draft, which is extremely deep this year, according to hockey nerds, there's no one alive excited about this NBA draft. This is Wemby or bust. And at best, you might be excited about Scoot or Brandon Miller, depending on who you are. But that is it. Mm-hmm. That doesn't mean another good player won't come from it, but ain't nobody out there who believes what he's saying.
No, at that point, you got to hit the second lottery and draft a player who all of a sudden becomes Devin Booker, where you got them later on in the draft and they just, or Steph Curry, where you're like, wow, okay, with the 7th pick or the 9th pick, we got this guy. But, yeah, not a great draft. But it kind of goes with what Kenny said. It's GM talking.
Okay, and that's fine.
And I think another quote he was saying, well, you really don't know what's going to happen from picks 2 to 10.
Yeah, we kind of do. So here's the deal. You're not getting Brandon Miller and you're not getting Scoot Henderson, so I really don't care to hear you. Like, none of these players are going to help you. This is the same principle as the Red Wings. Who you take at 9, who you take at 17, they're not helping you. The NBA draft, and we're going to have a fun segment later in the week, has been turned into a Travis Shamockery. It is a joke. These guys are ill-equipped to play professional basketball. They cannot help you. So, great. Yeah, let's do that. See, this is the problem with this. I don't want to use this pick Thursday night. I don't. And if Troy wants to say on one hand, we can find the vulnerable teams, right? We can find the marks. Good. Find a mark, take the 5th pick, and go take somebody. But see, I don't believe for a second it's going to happen.
Right, but my thing is, what are you going to get for that 5th pick?
Nothing. He's saying there'll be situations they could take advantage of. Rico, I'm with you. For Christ's sakes.
You don't want to take it, but it's like, all right, fine.
Here, I'll give you an example. If you want context on what these picks are valued at, I'll answer Rico's question, folks. Portland has the number 3 pick. Okay? Portland, the rumors are they want to make a run at Bam Adebayo. And you go, all right, well, Bam is second team all defense. He's a good passer. He's not an offensive player. He's just not. Now, he'll have moments, but then boy howdy, he's atrocious. Miami values him, but okay, let's say they listen. What is being reported is that the conversation doesn't even start with the 3rd pick. That Portland would have to give up number 3. They'd have to give up Anthony Simons. They'd have to give up their 1st-round pick from last year in Shaedon Sharpe. Like, there is no value on these picks. Bam Adebayo's a nice player. No one's going to mistake Bam Adebayo for being a high-level All-NBA guy. Not. Nice player. Championship team, probably a 3. Because, yes, he can't be a number 2 for Butler. He can't be.
No.
So that's my point, is like, that's a good defensive player, a nice anchor. I would love Bam on my team, but I am not trading all that stuff to get him. The number 3 pick, if this was a good draft, it's the centerpiece. It's the jewel of a trade. Mm-hmm. So I'm just answering your question and giving the people context. So here's my question, David. With what Troy said here, we did the same thing with Eiserman. Let's do it here. How much of what he's saying do you actually believe? Because my fear, I hope I'm wrong. Hell, I'll throw a party Friday if I am wrong. My fear is they're going to sit there at 5, smartest guy in the room. They're going to draft an ill-prepared 19-year-old, and then they'll sit there at pick 31. They'll do some of their draft magic. Maybe they trade that pick to acquire a B- or C+ player. And that's it. And we go into the offseason, and I'm terrified because we have cap space, but I don't know what we're going to do to use it. Cam Johnson would be great, but the problem is all the reporting out of New York is the Nets feel like they've got him convinced he's going to re-sign anyways, and even if he doesn't, they're going to go Liam Neeson, very particular set of skills, and you're staying here because he's restricted. So then you're in a position of, all right, well, we'll poison them. We'll offer 4 at 130. You can't get in that business. So I would love to know what people believe and what they want. Because it's such a difficult thing to figure out when you're sitting here. I can't sell you on a dream. Now, Yahoo gave an offer. I can tell you what it is. I don't know if people will like it. You think they will?
You know what? Because I think that's probably the best you're going to get.
Oh, my God. This guy, all week this week so far. The lowering of the bar.
It's not lowering the bar, Mike. It's reality.
Yesterday you said if you had the nicest crack house on the block, well, it's not the worst. Today it's, take the offer. It's ass, but it's the best you're going to get.
And you know what happened with that crack house? They won the game. The other crack house burnt down, and you came into the show excited.
You need to temporarily change your expectations, Mike.
Yeah, temporarily, like, hey, the Utah Jazz are offering me garbage, and Rico's like, well, yeah, but it could be stinkier garbage. No.
If you don't want to make the pick at 5, this is the best that you can do.
Yeah, or Troy Weaver could do his job.
Good luck. Because nobody else wants your garbage.
539-9797. You take Bogdanovich, you take the number 5 pick, get creative and make something happen. All right, that's what you paid to do. He sure as hell ain't paid to be a public speaker. He has more ums than Matthew Stafford, okay?
Flag right there.
That's not a flag. Come prepared to the press conference, have a little energy, act like you're excited to hire a $100 million coach. It was an embarrassment last week. Argue it.
Sell him something.
Okay. Hey, don't get stuck without power the next time a storm hits, or wait till the 98-degree day to find out the air conditioner simply does not work. The team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical have got you covered. $78 AC tune-up. You get the AC in tip-top shape. Save on that energy bill. Mastercraft has generators in stock as well. Schedule your $78 AC tune-up today. Just visit mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. All right, so I'll give you the trade proposal according to Yahoo, but I want to give you Troy Weaver's other comment, and you could take this for whatever you like. He goes, regarding the draft, I like the long ball. I'm not trying to slap it into short center. I'm trying to take a big swing. I'm going for the big fly.
That was the one that I read and was like, wow, so he's going to make the impact. He's going after Zion, folks.
Well, see that, okay. Now, see, that's where I'm at. Until or unless I see, look, only thing we're hearing are the whispers from Woj and Shams and the rest. You guys can laugh all you like. But I'd at least be on the phone because it doesn't sound like there's a big market for Zion. You want to go for the home run? You want to back up those words? You want to tell me about, oh, I'm Johnny Big Fly. Look at me. Okay, go get Zion. Go.
That would do it.
Now, again, easier said than done, but the point is, get on the phone. Let me see a report that you reached out. Remember the game we play on this show, guys. It's okay if the other team says no. Mm-hmm. But if you reach out and make an effort, we live in a day and age, we're going to know. Agree?
I agree. Because, but here's the thing. Draft night is the one night of the year he shines. He's the belle of the ball. For the last 2 years, all you hear is, no. I'm not saying his stuff pans out.
Kenny
but on draft night,
Jaden Ivey.
Say what?
Kenny would have drafted Jaden Ivey. It fell in his lap.
No, but then he goes out and he makes the deal for Duran because all of a sudden everybody thought Jaden Ivey was getting traded to the Knicks. No, we're going to get Duran and we're going to work some voodoo out to do this. It's like he makes all of this wheeling and dealing on draft day where it makes it seem like, okay, well, maybe we have something here, and then the pieces don't work.
So here's the offer Yahoo reported that Utah has offered 9 and 16. It ain't about what I would do. Yeah. You're asking me, I'd absolutely take it. Because this draft blows. I'd rather get 2 bites at the apple, 9 and 16. Hell, I could take 16 and flip it for a player. But if Utah, who has a ton of draft capital, really wants to move up to 5, and go ahead. Go up to 5. I don't care about Jarace Walker. I don't care about Cam Whitmore. I don't care about the Thompson twins, only one of whom's going to be available. And Rico told me you could combine them both and you might get a decent player.
Yeah, I think Utah wants Anthony Black from Arkansas.
Great. Take him.
And they're hoping that if he's there at 5, they'll give you pick 9 and pick 16.
Would you do it? I would.
I would do it.
Because this draft is bad. And if I have 9 and 16, and he's half the wheeler and dealer you say he is, great. Be empowered.
And or worst case, you got 2 shots.
That's
hopefully one pans out. The other one is Killian Hayes.
But I'm afraid that's what Weaver believes is a home run type offseason or type draft.
What's that?
Where he gets the 2 guys and says, well, let's hope they both pan out, but if not, one of them may be.
Yeah, but David,
instead of going out in free agency or trading for a guy.
Yeah, but see, okay, now I'm with you. David, this is what it all comes back to. There is no standard in this town. There's no standard for this NBA franchise. As much as the limited fan base wants to say there is and wants to hearken back to the past, there is no standard. If Troy Weaver goes into this draft, takes a player none of you have ever seen at 5, you're going to stand and clap like a bunch of porpoises. That's what you do. If he trades to 9 and 16, you'll clap. If he makes a trade, you'll clap. There's no standard. I mean, Troy Weaver's entering, what year is this? 4?
Yeah.
5? Whatever it is. What standard is there? So he says this and is bold at the press conference talking about swinging for the fences. Cool. I'll hold you to it. Show me. Like, I'm telling you right now, if he took a big swing, made a bold trade, Bogdanovich in the 5, other pieces, and it doesn't work, what am I going to say? Because I'll be on his side when he makes it. I'll be the porpoise. I'll clap. This team needs something seismic to change the conversation.
Right. But in his world, he did when he went after Bagley.
No.
No. Because he legitimately thought, you guys aren't using Bagley the correct way. We know how to use him.
Yeah, how's that working out for you? Here's the other thing.
No, but that was his swinging for the fences.
Here's the other thing, by the way. I find it awfully ironic that for the king of reclamation projects, right? This guy basically goes out and buys dollar Detroit houses. And whether it's Okafor, Bagley, Noel, Jackson, all these bums, even Wiseman. Why aren't you in on the one reclamation project that has an all-NBA upside? Show me one report that Troy Weaver's reached out for Zion. One. And again, New Orleans might be unrealistic. Fine. Show me a report. We had these conversations. I'll never knock a team if they can't get it done. I'll knock you if you don't try.
But see, that's what I said. Well, now I'm going to sound like an Eiserman fan, but
what?
Troy moves in silence. Like on draft night, it's like, oh, wait, the Pistons have made another move. Oh, wait, the Pistons have made another move. So I'm going to give him draft night to see if he's going to do something.
Yeah.
Because he
told
does
you.
not tip his hand.
I'll throw a party
whatsoever.
Friday. I'll throw a party Friday. They come back with a starter. They come back with an NBA player. Because, hey, move down to 9-16. What am I going to tell you? I'll bet you one of the two players none of us have ever seen play.
Because this is one where I'm actually, the less I hear about what he's going to do, the more I feel like maybe he's going to pull something off.
David, what do you got on ticket text? I know I haven't checked in on that in about an hour, so go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm afraid we might just end up with Kuzma, fellas, at best. Oh, Jesus.
I mean, if that happens, sign me out. Just sign me out.
Once again, you're probably looking at a damaged player to come here.
Yeah, but that's
something wrong. There's, as we said, there's no perfect player out there. If he is, he's already locked up in a Supermax deal.
Kuzma opted out free agency.
Yeah.
I mean, it was the right thing to do. Some idiot's going to pay you. I just hope we're not the idiot.
Please don't let us be the idiot.
Oh, God.
I would take 9 and 16 for more shots. I think this draft has a lot of role players, so why not get a few rather than just one?
Yeah, but isn't that the problem? Can you imagine a world we talk about the NFL draft where at 9 I'm drafting a role player? This is a fundamental problem with the sport. And don't hit me with old white guy. No. I love the NBA. But I've had just about enough. Because between college hoops and the NBA, you know what it's turning into? One giant money jam that nonsense Rico goes to in the summer. This has turned into a pickup game. How is it I could be drafting at 5? I can't get 25 minutes out of a rookie. Oh, wait, I know. Because they're totally ill-prepared to play because all of them are one-and-dones. Or better yet, some of these guys don't even play in college.
Well, I'm just saying, if the NBA really wanted to protect themselves, they would say, like the NFL, you have to be a certain age in order to join our league.
I almost feel like in order to even learn this draft, you have to somehow watch G League games at 4 in the afternoon and be able to ascertain whether I'm valuing the numbers based on who the hell these people are playing.
Right. I mean, it's a very simple fix. If they said you got to be 2 years out of high school before you can come to the NBA,
you get some data.
You would also find out players who you thought were can't miss, and in 2 years into whatever college or G League, that guy was going to be a bust.
At least he's at Jaden Ivey. He went back for a second year in college and then jumped up in the draft.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
Take a text.
When was the last time the NBA draft only produced 3 really good players? This is a bad year.
No, I mean, there have been drafts in history. I think it was the 2001 draft. It didn't produce a single good player. You can go back and look, and you're like, oh, my God, all these guys suck. Go ahead.
But I will say this, after the top couple players, there's always about 2 or 3 guys that nobody saw coming. Nobody thought that they would. The Draymond Greens going in the second round, the Jokic going in the second round. It happens all the time where, I remember people saying, well, Steph Curry won't be able to get his own shot off in the NBA. Whoops.
Yeah. Oh, that was the David Kahn draft. Hold on. Fun moment here. Bear with me. I know we're in a pennant chase, but work with me. Rico, can you name the 2 point guards? Because David Kahn was a total moron. Drafted not 1, but 2 point guards directly in front of Steph Curry at picks 5 and 6. Can you name the 2 point guards?
I can see. One went to Syracuse.
I'll give you the name because you got it. Johnny Flynn.
Yes. Johnny Flynn, and then it was the kid from France.
Were you about to say white?
Yes.
It is, in fact, a white person. And he's from Spain. Ricky Rubio.
Yes.
David Kahn goes, Flynn, Rubio, Golden State. Here, hold my beer. Steph Curry.
Right. Yes. Johnny Flynn, yes.
All right.
Because he was up for Player of the Year that year.
And that's today in T-Wolves history. All right, listen, Hungry Howie's fit. Oh, I'm sorry, my bad. Rico Beard.
I hate you. I don't even know. You know what? Here we go. This is going to dive right into this. Specs at LTU. You've been thinking, you know what? These guys are having so much fun on the radio. Maybe I can do this. Maybe you can. You should give Specs at LTU a shot at helping you get to that career. If you want to go into television because you're seeing the local news and say, I can do that. Absolutely, you can. Specs at LTU could prepare you for that next thing. Or you know what? You're into computers and graphics. Their graphics communication program, excellent. Why? Because it's taught by people who actually work in the business. They're not going to waste your time. They're going to help you get to exactly where you need to go from day one. Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today. Be curious. Make the magic. Go to ltu.edu/specs.
Brought to you by Wendy's. The NBA draft is a little over 2 days away. Pistons GM Troy Weaver met with the media this afternoon to talk about the team's plans. He was asked if the Pistons see more value. Yeah. Well, just wait till you hear this sound. He was asked if the Pistons see more value in the number 5 pick because of the uncertainty after the first 3 picks of the draft. There's also new odds for the Pistons pick at number 5. FanDuel says Houston's Jarris Walker is the favorite at plus 170. Villanova's Cam Whitmore, who most mock drafts have going to Detroit, he's got the second best odds at plus 195. Plus the Tigers, they've got a second straight series win in their sights. They take on the Royals. They're trying to be large and in charge at Comerica Park. First pitch at 6:40. The pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1. I'm Luke Sloan. More at 6 o'clock or at 97.1theticket.com.
Boy, you wonder why we don't play Troy Weaver audio. Mod on. God almighty, Rico's more excited the moment he gets out of bed than that. All right, real quick, because we got to do David, you can't take anymore either, can you? Kenny, just for the people. We talked about this earlier. I think it's very important if you're on your drive home. I understand the division's terrible. Believe me. But as of today, every team in the Central is under 500, and you are only 4 games out. Tonight is another chance for us to go to Kenny Cotland. Kenny has asked for. This is midsummer Christmas wish. Be 3 games out with Minnesota coming to town, so we can officially go on the air and say we could be in first place by the end of this series. The Royals are throwing another pitcher out there in Daniel Lynch tonight who's winless. How many teams have 2 guys in the rotation that are a combined 0-14 or 0-15, whatever it is? Like, that is an impossibility. And I know wins and losses it's a terrible stat for pitchers. But, I mean, combined, in games Lyles has pitched, the team's 0-15. And in games Lynch has pitched, I think they're 0-4, 0-5. You are 20 games under 500 when these 2 guys throw. I know Lorenzen's been roughed up a little bit the last couple starts, but tonight's the night. We're good. Kenny, say the word. If they win tonight, I don't care if this is the Bad News Bears division. Are we in a pennant chase?
We will be in a pennant chase. Hats off. I'll be at one of the games this weekend if it's going to be like that. If we're 3 or more back or 3 or less back, I'm there.
Listen, we understand. It's not an official pennant chase, like this isn't an official division in baseball. But for Detroiters' purposes, our season ends when the Lions go to camp. Mm-hmm. So can we be the midsummer AL Central champs?
We are the 2 bums fighting over the last piece of cheese. Let's go.
That's right. That's right. I think Kenny said it perfect. The AL Central. You may as well be the most attractive bum.
But you didn't like my crack house analogy. Burn down house, crack house, roach infested house.
Bottom line, tonight is another step in the process. Twins get the Red Sox. You know, Bailey Ober's been very good for Minnesota, but screw him. Not a nice guy. Let's go Sox. Tigers by the time we take the air tomorrow. Does Minnesota have a day game tomorrow? I apologize for ambushing you guys. The point is, we could be 2.5 games out by the time we take the air. And if they got a day game and lose, we could be 2 games out.
Night game.
2.5 games out.
Yep, 7:40 start.
Come on.
But here's what could happen. Tigers are off on Thursday. The Sox have a day game. We can add a game without playing.
Well, a half.
Oh, whatever.
Listen, bottom line, Dave. Bottom line. We're just trying to get Kenny to the ballpark. We're trying to have people not have their children hate them for bringing them because it's an actual, what is it, Kenny?
Pennant chase.
Yes. The Midsummer Classic.
I like this way better than the running back point, by the way. It's more exciting.
It's more positive. Yeah. It's not David telling you what we're not allowed to do. Because what is it, Rico?
So, Rico, let me just remind you, it was not this man that was sitting in his seat, but the last time Kenny got on board with a host sitting in that seat was the flag.
You're right.
Just remember this, okay? He
right.
got on board with the flag with Costa and
Cookies
said, we're
brought me
all
that
in.
Red Wings flag, and they berated me because I'm like, guys, seriously.
Fun fact, the Red Wings were in the playoffs for 18 hours.
So you'll be in a pennant chase.
You're in the graphic.
So you'll be in a pennant chase for 18 hours.
Listen, it's one pitch at a time, one inning at a time, one game at a time. We are taking steps towards being relevant.
What if I told you that the Tigers were in a pennant chase for 8, and then they do a breakdown of each hour?
I just
Like
what
24.
if we crown the AL Central champ the 4th of July? I mean, come on. America's an underdog story. An under 500 Tigers team, 4th of July. Kenny goes to the game dressed as Uncle Sam. I want him in Apollo Creed's outfit.
Mm-hmm. Living in America.
Come on. I mean, it's all we have. What else do we have? I got Troy Weaver talking about hitting a home run. Yeah, good for you. You're picking at 5. Hitting a home run. He's busy picking through the recycling bin to go stack centers. He got 17 bigs. None of them play together.
You got a team that's finding ways to win. I'll give them credit because last night I was just like, boy, did we talk them up and everybody falling their weight. They won.
Listen, we made a big discovery today. And if he comes off the pine tonight like Roy Hobbs, we will know. I said it to you earlier. But Kerry Carpenter, who else was a Carpenter?
But if he doesn't.
That's right. Your boy Jesus.
But if he doesn't, we'll know why, because you took it too far.
No,
Roberto.
I didn't take it too far. I used a real example. You're a big fan of Mother Teresa,
no,
right?
No.
She said she saw Jesus with the homeless people in India. I can't see Jesus in Kerry Carpenter. You keep hitting 3-run pizzas in the bottom of the 7th, you are God. Kenny, Carpenter off the bench tonight.
It's a game, Mike.
Boom, 418.
You know what? Here's the thing. If he goes and he doesn't make an out for the rest of the season, he's Jesus.
Well, that's not fair. Babe Ruth didn't do that.
No, because Jesus can do anything.
Can Jesus come off the bench and hit a home run tonight?
Because we can't make extra points.
What does that have to do with anything?
I just think God hates you, and it's time you recognize it.
No, he loves me. Maybe it
really?
was you.
Really?
Maybe
you
it was
were
you.
at the Indiana game. How'd that go for you?
But you know what? Maybe it's like, yeah, it's Mike.
Oh, stop it. That's outrageous.
Yeah, it happens.
Erroneous. Kenny, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, can Kerry Carpenter hit a home run off the bench? Deep right field? Jesus. And
Bang.
Carpenter. I see the math here.
Come on. He goes full Acuna. 461 feet to dead center.
Way back to right.
And the ball disappears into ether.
No.
You see is the angelic afterglow of like a halo.
No, if that's the case, then it's Carpenter hits a home run, and there we go.
And Achilles.
The views of Mike and Kenny do not express.
Right. Oh, stop it.
He blew out his Achilles, and he dislocated his elbow on one swing.
You can't have a good time. I mean, give me a break. Good Lord. I'll tell you one thing. He hits that home run in the bottom of the 7th. It's going to be Kenny right here.
But David, but it's my fault when stuff happens.
Right, exactly. We know.
Okay, we're good. Everything's good.
It's Mike starring in Sodom and Gomorrah.
I'll have to Google that. Hungry Howie's 50th anniversary. I don't know what he just referred to. 50th anniversary. They're celebrating 50 years of flavor. We're in a pennant chase, people. Get some pizza. 100% real Mott's. 8 different flavors of crust and special menu items, including the Kenny Cott endorsed Quality assured 73 classic with 73 slices of cut pepperoni for $9.99. You don't feel like cooking, you're in a pennant chase. It's time to watch the ball game tonight. $6.99 mix and match, 73 classic, limited time only. It is Hungry Howie's. All right, before we get to Pennant Chase Theater, we are taking you to Tiger Ball at 6:10. Pennant Chase Ball. The drive to be 4th of July champions in the AL Central Ball. Let's just do a quick wraparound. Tons of NBA news. What, Rico, I'm getting you a T-shirt. It's going to be exciting.
You know what? Yeah. If they're in July 1st, if they're in first place,
start doing the research.
Absolutely.
Because I know you have all the Marvel dress-up outfits and all the rest when you go to your comic festivals. Find me an Uncle Sam or Apollo Creed outfit for Kenny. 4th of July, this team in first place. We send him to the Tiger Den dressed like that.
The research. Yeah, I'm sure it's
just go wherever you go to find that.
Yeah, crap. Like AMAZ.
Yeah. They have that?
You could fill out the rest.
We can dress him like Apollo Creed.
Yes.
All right. All right, good. Great. Yeah. Tremendous. David?
He doesn't even need that. He'll go anyway.
Okay. David, wrap around. Let's do it. What do you got?
We got a lot of stuff going around here. I just wonder how many trades is going to actually be.
Less than reported. It's going to be a total disappointment.
Because there's so many reports on teams wanting to trade this.
Because this draft blows.
You have the Pacers, They want to trade number 7. They want a wing to pair with the bunch that they have in Indiana, and they're aggressively pursuing OG Anunoby.
Let me tell you, it would take a hell of a lot more than 7. You'd need about 10 of those picks. I mean, look, that's the type of report I'd love to read for the Pistons. Pistons need a wing. Pistons need a stretch 4. Pistons want to play a little more positionless. They've got this weird log jam of bigs, right? Where's a report? This is my issue.
But see, I just feel like you're going to end up overpaying. If whoever lands whatever player they get, you've overpaid because everybody's trying to get.
Well, and draft picks mean nothing.
Right.
Go ahead, David.
Oh, my gosh.
What?
I cannot do this with these two behind me.
What's the problem?
You're talking about Obi-Wan Kenobi.
It's OG. We're going to play this. We're going to play this game tomorrow. I'm going to ask you, NBA draft prospect or completely made up human? And you guys are going to have to. That's where we've arrived at the NBA draft.
Yes, it is, because the Utah Jazz not only may trade the pick to the Pistons, I don't know, but they've made guard Colin Sexton available in trade talks.
No,
this according
thank you.
to Yahoo Sports.
Hard pass. You want to trade 9 and 16 to move up to 5? I might listen. I want nothing to do with Colin Sexton.
So, other than Zion, who's that player that if they go after, you're like, okay, good?
I mean, I'd love Julius Randle. I don't think they'll do it. He's a head case. He's interesting, but he's also,
So you're looking for either a wing or a wing?
I'm looking for a power forward who's at least somewhat capable of stepping out to 3 land and stretching the floor, could also handle a little bit. The problem for Randle is he's a nut. And when things don't go well, he tanks. He's kind of like a welfare version of Rashid. And then I'd love Zion because it's either all NBA or complete Sam Bowie level bust. Don't care. I'm desperate. I don't know, Rico. I wish I had more.
No, I'm just saying, like the pieces, like no
alternate
point, no
universe. I'd love Pascal Siakam. We don't have what it takes.
Sorry, David. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah, let me give you some information on your boy Kyrie Irving.
Oh, God.
Mark Stein is reporting that the Mavs seem to be the only confirmed bidder for Irving's services.
Wait,
this was
are they
as
even
of
bidding?
Monday.
Wait. The only team interested is the team he poisoned to death.
Yeah, you're right,
What
Rico.
world? They acquired him. They were the 3 seed. By the time he was done, they were out of the playoffs.
See, I told you, I thought it was Cuban trying to get Wembayama, and he knew this is a poison pill if I bring him here.
What?
It didn't work out.
So then what happens to him? Because the Mavs don't want him. So does he end up in, I don't know, anywhere?
Listen,
the G League.
Kyrie will always have a home because the ability is tantalizing. He is still one of the great one-on-one players in league history.
Right,
the
he's
problem,
Zion as a point guard. You know what you're going to get,
right? But he's a cashew short of a can of mixed nuts. The guy's insane, and he's a bad guy. Just straight up.
Well, Kevin Durant tweeted out that Kyrie and Russ inspired a whole generation. They don't ever get the credit for it, though.
Hey, STFU. Okay, I don't want to hear from Kevin Durant. Ain't nobody trying to hear from you. Honestly, Kevin, do me a favor. Do me a solid. Win something. You want to do that for me? Guy won 2 titles on the greatest team ever assembled. Here, let me help you with what else he's done. Enough.
Yeah, he's got to win another title, or else his legacy will be, but it took you to go to the Warriors. It was like LeBron when he went to Miami. No, but when he won in Miami, it was, you won, but
if Kyrie supported, if he did this whole thing for the whole generation, why the hell you couldn't run away fast enough?
So, Mike, the connection we talked about with the Bill trade, with the father and son making the trade, well, that connection may get your player out of town in Boston. Something similar.
Hit me.
Grant Williams.
Goodbye.
May be traded to Dallas.
For what?
Because the agent,
a cowboy hat,
he shares an agent with Luka Doncic, and they may make the trade.
What do I get back? A churro from the state fair?
That's the thing. It doesn't say. It says a potential
Give
sign
him
and
Kyrie.
trade.
Give him Kyrie back.
Thing.
Honestly, I'm like a lone wolf in Celtics land. I don't like Grant Williams. I can't stand him.
So that would be the guard you want to get rid of, because they're getting rid of a guard.
He ain't a guard.
Well,
Grant Williams again. Grant Williams, government cheese, Corliss Williamson.
Wow.
That's what he is.
What did he do to?
He's just one of these gym class heroes who thinks he's way better than he is, and he does the whole tough thing. Oh, I'm going to get in Jimmy Butler's face. Dad. Get him out.
He's the guy at the YMCA.
He's the guy who plays in the over 50 league, and he bullies a dude who's on one leg. Get out. Just get out.
And then I'll close it out with this because you talk about get out. I mean, you cannot be serious with this. ESPN's Tim McMahon was on a podcast recently, spoke about Ja Morant and his camp, saying Ja Morant's camp reportedly feels like the NBA and the media are out to get them.
Oh, dear.
I've heard indirectly that Ja and the people close to Ja, perhaps people formerly close to him, have feelings the NBA is out to get him.
But see, you know what that tells me is that Ja doesn't have real friends surrounding him. Because your real friends will say, hey, you keep doing dumb stuff. They're doing their job. If you quit doing dumb stuff, they'll move on.
You know the worst part is
but he's surrounding himself with enablers. Ja,
I'm the king of second chances. Short of you killing somebody, we're going to be okay. And you know what? To be human is to err. It's cool. I get it. When you keep screwing up, now that's...
You can't do something like he did 2 weeks after being told, don't do this.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying it's so frustrating because I'm willing to let it all go with one screw up. And he just won't help himself.
And this is why I didn't believe his apology. Because he came out saying how I got to be better. And then a couple days later, but it's really not me. It's everybody else. You're just picking on me. No, Ja. That was you.
Hey, Roberto.
It was a fake gun. Doesn't matter.
Roberto, you think we could twist his words and turn that into that Taylor Swift song that's on the commercial? Is there a way to do?
Hey, the AI is hot right now.
What?
I don't know.
I'm not going to say the words because they'll use it against me, and I'll end up in one of the
you tell me all the time. You can't do radio like that. What did I say?
Well, I just did. Oh, how do you like that?
What are we doing here?
You know what? Is it 6:10 yet?
We're in a pennant chase.
That is the wraparound.
Okay, well, Awaken 180 weight loss. Been telling you guys about it. It's been over 10 weeks, over 40 pounds later.